No mai, haere mai, welcome into session 10, day 5, the final session of the Apollo Project's New Zealand Age Group Swimming Championships. The longest of all the sessions and some exciting finals. Great to have you with me again, Matt Hutchins, 216 Olympian, to give me a few expert comments tonight. It's been great having you along for the week.
No, thank you very much. Glad we made it here. I'm sure there's some tired swimmers out there tonight, but you always find that last final session of a meet usually brings out the excitement in the crowd. Everyone gets up behind those athletes who are racing tonight.
We start off with the 100-metre backstroke for the boys, then followed by the girls. Just looking at that, Finn Harland, he's in the fastest lane for the 17:18, and not too far off that World Junior time.
Yeah, absolutely. The national champion in that age group for the 100-metre freestyle. You know he's got some front-end speed, but it's not going to be an easy race for him tonight. He's only a little bit faster than the rest of the field. So, we'll see how he goes. I'm assuming he'll lead from the front, and everyone will be chasing him.
He's got that World Junior qualifying mark in the 50, of course, so he'd love to have that double there. We then follow with the 200 fly, then to the 400 free for boys. Lane Hamlin-O's there. He's cleaned up in the 800, 1500. It's his chance to get the 3.
Absolutely, the distance triple crown. It's pretty hard to do the 8 and the 4 without being decent at the 8 and the 15 without being just decent at the 400. So pretty much a sprint for him some ways. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be how much speed he can get off that in the first 100. 50-metre breaststroke, boys and girls. Especially in the girls, we've got Monique Wierzowski. She was just a fraction off her New Zealand record this morning by point 2, I think it was. So she's hungry to try and get under that, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we've talked about it this week, backing up from our National Open Championships last week to here, and that 100 breast was right on that time. So maybe a 50 relies a little bit less on the fitness and a bit more on that strength and technique. So, I think there's a good shot we could see a national record go tonight.
Well, we'd like to see that go out on top. And in the boys, 50 breaststroke, Harder Hughes surprised everyone this morning, low 29. He's sitting in pole position there.
Absolutely, and he's been absolutely crushing it in the breaststroke and relays all week, throwing down some really, really fast splits. So, the 50 breast specialist, some might even say. So it'd be exciting to see how that race goes tonight.
Kira Ellett ending her age group campaign with a 1500-metre freestyle, her main event. She'll want to go out on top.
Yeah, and a rough way to do it, leaving the longest race till the last day. So I'm sure there'll be all sorts of emotions running through her mind, moving on from the age group level. But I'm sure she'll be focused on her race plan. It's not till later this evening, so plenty of time to get into this pool, feel the atmosphere and get excited.
And then we've got some official relays and then the unofficial relays, which will follow, which will be a bit of fun. 4x50 metre freestyle, finishing off the night tonight, where anyone can select any team. Doesn't matter whether it's parents, different club members. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I hope you enjoy the action here at the Apollo Project's New Zealand Age Group Swimming Championships, Day 5 Finals.
Apollo Projects is New Zealand's trusted specialist for the design and construction of sports, aquatics and education centres, and is proud to be the principal sponsor of Swimming New Zealand.
So Matt, talking about some of those lineups, that 200-metre butterfly, looking through some of those, Orlando Hardy, he's sitting sweet in lane 4 for the 14-year-old boys. Daniel Kriegting, he did a great heat swim for the 15-year-old boys, 2:11 there. He's got a fantastic butterfly stroke. Looking forward to seeing him in action tonight. David Zhu from Porirua. He's sitting about the same time for the 16-year-old boys. Then we've got Hugo Batchelor, who obviously won the 200-metre IM and 400 IM double.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of fast butterfly this week. You know, the 200 butterfly, that test of who can really get up and going. You know, it's another couple of lengths. You know, the likes of Orlando Hardy been great over that 50 and 100 distance, so really impressive to see him stepping up leading into this 200 butterfly. Same with Daniel Kretig of Roskill, and as you said, Hugo Batchelor, the 400 IM specialist. So you know the 200 fly is a specialty. In those relays the other night was closing everyone down in that last 25 metres, so I'm sure we'll see him have a fantastic swim tonight.
Interested in looking at the 14-year-old girls 200 butterfly, just the versatility. Milan Glimpma in there in lane 4. It amazes me. She does everything from all sorts of sprint events right up to one of the toughest events on the program.
Absolutely, and again, we always bring it back to it, the joys of being a teenager, being 14, 15, having all that energy to keep going, but there is still a certain skill to, a certain effort to being able to swim, all 4 strokes to a high level and to be competitive at national age groups across the board.
Neve Tusker in there, New Zealand champion from last week. She is lane 4 for the 17-18. And wouldn't it be nice for her to get the New Zealand Championship and win her age groups the following week?
Absolutely. I'm sure there'll be some girls in that age group trying to trace her down, claim that they beat the national champion here this week. So I'm sure it'll be nice and competitive.
Soren Wells, your club mate, he's there in the 13-year-old boys 400 freestyle. He did that fantastic job, wasn't it? Was it the 200 freestyle?
Absolutely. Dropping time all over the place this week is Soren, and 4:22 this morning for that 400 freestyle heat. I believe the Canterbury record he's chasing is around 4:21, and he's had a Canterbury record in the 100, the 200, the 800 and the 1500 this week, so I'm sure he'll like to complete the set with that 400 right there.
And there's the lineup for tonight with the backstrokes for both able-body and multi-class. 200 butterfly for boys and girls, then the 400 freestyle for the boys, and then the multi-class boys and girls, then that splash and dash over the breaststroke, then the 1500 freestyle for the girls. The Champion of Champions relays will follow. They are the official club relays. And then we have the sneaky casual 4x50 metre relay to finish, which will be a lot of fun. And I think we're about ready. Please put your hands together and welcome our technical officials onto pool deck. Introducing your referees for tonight's finals, Brent Harris and Diane Farmer. Starters, Ali Sherwood and Ross Gillespie. Technical director for these championships, Carlreen Gillespie. Thank you, officials. Just looking at some of these New Zealand records, Matt, for the 100-metre backstroke. That 13-year-old record, Corey Main, 101.05. You just saw where he started and where he ended up over his career.
Yeah, I mean, someone I was lucky enough to race right through age group level, so definitely a great swimmer, great competitor, and a teammate in 2016. So, a lot of these records you see, a lot of them are people that went on to international careers, people that made national teams. So I say, whoever it is, if you're in the chat for a national record, it's always a good day. But when you can look at these names and recognise them, it means that little bit more.
Please put your hands together and welcome our 13-year-old boys onto pool deck, the first final of tonight. Lane 0, Ashish Babahal. Lane 1, Liam Curling. Lane 2, Lucas Bell. 3, Seb Seggers. 4, Donald Tian. 5, Alex Sanford. 6, Declan Broadfoot. 7, Zayden Hollins. 8, Clement Chu. 9, Oban Williams. That first underwater piece, so important. Lane 4, done a great job. Donald Tian heads out down the first 25. And going well in lane 1 is Liam Curling, his teammate, and Seb Seggers in lane 3. All of these names come to recognise over the week.
And yeah, Seb Seggers, I just only remember his backstroke leg in the 200 IM really propelled him right up to the lead. So I'll be interested to see how the second length develops. But Liam Curling, Donald Chan also been prominent in the backstroke races throughout the week.
Liam Curling is neck and neck with his teammate Donald Tian. Seb Seggers, they're all together. It's going to come down to the final 15 metres. Donald Tian just edging in front. Coming strongly in lane 6 is Declan Broadfoot. And well done to Donald Tian, wins the title for the 13-year-old boys, just over Seb Seggers. And a great final 15 metres for Declan Broadfoot, who takes the bronze.
And Declan feels like he's been in every race this week. I feel like that name's popped up a lot, so great to see him finish out the week with a bronze medal.
And there's the official result. The next event is the 14-year-old boys final, 100 metre backstroke. Lane 0, Sava Karpov. Lane 1, Bruce Shen. 2, Mitchell Ellis. 3, Ariel Mochirahondo. 4, Max Cave. 5, Crisanda Serra. 6, Osbert Gu. 7, Alwyn Bayo. 8, Kagan Boonen. 9, Lucas Shah. First up was Ariel Mochirahondo. He's had a fantastic week. Nice start there in lane 0. That is Sava Karpov.
And Max Cave in lane 4, winner of a couple of 50s this week, so you know he's a little bit fast. Well, he's got some front end speed. Ariel Mochirahondo, seen him in a lot of the 200s, the 400s, so really bringing it down here, favouring the backstroke at least for the 100 metre distance. So we'll see how this race develops over the last 50, but it looks like Max Cave, Crisanda Serra had a great meet along with a lot of the New Caledonian swimmers, so it's going to be a tight race down this last 25.
It's a great turn there for Ariel Mochirahondo, but speed on the water. Max Cave, I think, has got it. He's pulling away again now. Coming strongly, the visitor, Crisanda Serra. Setter from New Caledonia coming up, but for the Kiwis, Max Cave and Mitchell Hondo. Cave's going to get there. Good win for him, 1 minute .51, 1 second under his heats time this morning, and Mitchell Hondo going 2 seconds quicker. And just checking out the result, it was Elwyn Bayo who got the bronze for the Kiwis. Moving now to the 15-year-old boys final, 100 metres backstroke. 0, Lucas Percival. Lane 1, Hans Hoff. 2, Hunter Lloyd. 3, Yinok Zhang. 4, Harrison James. 5, Jacob Story. 6, Tyson Lynch. 7, Alfie Weatherston Harvey. 8, Isaac Gear. 9, Ethan Stocks. Nice start again, lane 4, Harrison James from Vikings. And sticking with him at the moment is Jacob Story. Jacob Story's had a great week and just starting to wind up now in the second 25 and might just have the lead here.
Yeah, and we saw Harrison in the 200 back the other night, really led it from the front, took off in that first 75 metres and never looked back. So look for him to close out this race, but it does look like Jacob Story out there won the 100 breast, a great 50 backstroker, but it looks like Harrison James making a bit of a charge here.
Isaac Gear going reasonably well out there in lane 8 as well. Jacob Story, he's got a great lot of endurance behind him. He's going to be hard to beat from here. Jacob Story, I think, is going to win this for the 15-year-old boys. Harrison James is going to get second. Third's interesting, maybe lane 2, Hunter Lloyd. Well done to our boys in the 15-year-old age group. And possibly first time under the minute there for Jacob Story. Talking about that lunge, Matt, you said the change of the rule very quickly. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so recently, obviously, swimmers used to always have to have part of their body above the water, lunging into that backstroke, now allowing to be fully submerged on that finish. So a lot of talk online potentially about full 5 metres underwater to finish, but not sure we'll see it go that way. But now being able to lunge back and not worry about just trying to have your feet out.
Interesting. There's the result. We move now to the 16-year-old boys. 100 metre backstroke final. Lane 0, Brandon Holder. Lane 1, William Seymour. 2, Ethan McDonald. 3, Blake Faliafa. 4, Jasper Cornish. 5, Daniel Williams. 6, Liam Rees. 7, James Crosby. 8, Liam Woods. 9, Nico Solidi. Nice start by Jasper Cornish. He's well out in front down the first 25, means business. Speaking to his coaches, he enjoys his surf lifesaving and his pool swimming, and really only training 4 or 5 times a week. Very talented athlete here.
And clearly showing that strength developed in the surf well with that first 50 there. A second ahead of the field this morning, so it's everyone else up to catch him, but he's put himself in a great position with a 27.7 here, looking to try and come back in that 30 point, see if he can get under that 58-second barrier tonight.
This is a fantastic swim. Can he hold on? Jasper Cornish, a whole body length out in front at the moment. Lane 6 is Liam Rees, and battling it out with Daniel Williams. Daniel Williams and Liam Rees. Jasper Cornish wins it, 57.76. Great title for him. Left nothing out there, took off very quickly down that first 50, Matt, and brought it home well.
Absolutely, adopting the 100 race plan of going out fast and never looking back. So a fantastic way to swim it, relying on that strength and that speed early on.
And it looked like Daniel Williams pretty happy with himself as well. Moving now to the 17, 18-year-old boys final. Lane 0, Thomas Logger. Just waiting on that result to come through from the 16-year-old boys by the looks of it. And there it was. Back to lane 0, Thomas Logger. This is 17-18 boys 100 backstroke final. Lane 1, Callum Lockhart. Lane 2, Angus Blair. 3, Joseph Coriati. 4, Finn Harland. 5, Hunter Lloyd. Hunter Dobson. Lane 6, Ryan Peck. 7, Ollie Lutton. 8, Ethan Cone. 9, Caleb Ruafare. A 57.57 this morning from Finn Harlan. Expect to see much faster tonight. Gets out of the block quickly. Already half a body length over Hunter Dobson on the way down the first 50.
Yeah, and as we were saying in the race before, adopting the strategy, going out hard and not looking back. You can't really save too much up in the 100 backstroke. Got to get on those legs early, get those arms spinning. As he's out in a 26.8. Looking for a 56.14 here as the qualifying time for World Junior Championship. So let's see if we can get him coming home.
Let's make some noise for Finn Harlan, ladies and gentlemen. 56.14 is the World Junior time. Hunter Dobson looking good as well, cementing his place for silver. And Joseph Coriati perhaps for bronze at the moment. Finn Harlan going down the final 5 comes in. Just outside that World Junior qualifying mark by 3/100ths of a second. But that's a quick time. 56.17. we'll catch up with Finn, find out what the four-finger little wave's about. Good on you, Finn. You meant business tonight, took off real quick, and just a fraction outside that World Juniors time tonight.
Yeah, after last night I wasn't too happy with my 53, so I kind of knew from after that moment that tonight was going to be the night where I just do my business, kind of focus, and yeah, I was pretty happy with that time.
Yeah, you should be. That is the lifetime best for you?
No, I went 55.3 the other week.
Of course you did. Okay, well, you're just off. And in terms of this four-finger wave, can you enlighten us?
I was just having a bit of fun, just trying to spice things up every now and then, eh?
Well, you did. You got everyone talking. Well done, Finn. Well done on national title. Moving now to event 113, the 100 backstroke for boys, multi-class. Coming onto pool deck now. Lane 3, Rawiri Tristram Brown. Lane 4, Asher Smith Franklin. 5, James Hayden. 6, Bailey Conlon. A little bit of a delay off the start there for Asher Smith Franklin, but he's away smartly now down the first 25. His own New Zealand record held at 106.47, and he was taking it pretty moderately this morning.
Another one of those swimmers we've seen a lot of this week, and every time he's in the water, it seems like we're on national record watch. As the week's gone on, I feel like earlier in the week it was national record heat, national record final. So maybe conserving a little bit of energy here as the end of the big 2 weeks of racing piles on. But I'm sure, he's mentioned how he loves chasing records, loves getting better. I'm sure he's got his eyes on this one here again tonight.
And hoping for some PBs tonight for James Bailey and Rawiri. He's not going to be far off. 108.71. Well done to Asher Smith Franklin. Another title for this week. James Hayden coming in at 125 this morning. Finishes 5 seconds quicker than that. Bailey Conlon comes in going 6 seconds faster than his time this morning. And Rawiri Tristram Brown coming in, time of 1:44.08. He's got a powerful backstroke, Rawiri there, and hits it at 1:44.48, just outside. Good on you, Asher. Congratulations. Now, that was a lot faster than your heat time this morning. Were you just taking a little bit easy to conserve energy?
Yeah, I've been doing that for the whole meet in the heat, so I don't tire myself out more.
Don't blow yourself up. And you've had 2 full weeks of racing. Have you got a bit of a holiday planned? Are you going to have some time out of the water to relax?
I don't know. Just see what happens.
Well, well done on another title, Asher. Congratulations. Welcome back. Next up, the girls, 100-metre backstroke. There's 2 good-looking gentlemen. First is the 13-year-old girls. And they're behind the blocks now. Lane 3, Kiri Yamagami. 4, Arissa Liu. 5, Anahira McCutcheon. 6, Jordan Iosefa. Arissa Liu off well. She had a 109.98 this morning, 3 seconds clear of lane 5's Anahira McCutcheon. Already making some good headway down this first 50. The rating there, Matt, you can see it's quite a bit faster than the other swimmers in the field. She's obviously got the power to be able to pull that water through.
Yeah, absolutely. Not all about the rating as well, being able to keep that stroke rate up and keep that stroke nice and smooth, not bobbing up and down too much, meaning that she's not trying to throw those shoulders out of the water, just letting that body turn in a very natural, smooth movement. It's getting that good deep catch.
Well out in front here. What a convincing win in the 13-year-old girls, 100 metres backstroke. Put your hands together for Arissa Liu, ladies and gentlemen. Second goes to Yamagami, third to McCutcheon. Backstroke, lane 0, Clara Dullinell. Lane 1, Carlia Norris. 2, Millie Bell. 3, Olivia Wheeler. 4, Milan Glintmeyer. 5, Bridie Quayle. 6, Paige Stringer. 7, Amy McGivern. 8, Heidi Winter. 9, Marina Nadillo. It's going to be a close one between Glintmeyer and Quayle, both sitting at 105s, Matt.
Yeah, and Glintmeyer off to a much more impressive start there over that first 25 metres. We've seen the race plan for Bridie all week. Take the race out, lead from the front. Again, over those 200s, that 400 IM, but this 100 breast backstroke looks like Milan Glintmeyer all the way. We'll see how Bridie can close out this race though. And if not, Olivia Wheeler can catch her there in second going through the turn.
Great swimming so far by Milan Glintmeyer. Just the whole package going down that first lap. The turn, the underwater work. She's looking magnificent down the last 25 metres. Milan Glintmeyer and Bridie Quayle got plenty of titles to each of their names. Over there it is Olivia Wheeler in lane 3. Claire in third at the moment. Milan Glintmeyer just ticks over the minute. Comes in very good time. 1:03.74. Great job. Quayle gets the silver, Wheeler the bronze. Next up is the 15-year-old girls 100 backstroke final. Lane 0, Holly Stanford. 1, Zoe Enor. 2, Amelia Duff. 3, Xanthe Miller. 4, Pippa Mihaka. 5, Scarlett Bassett. 6, Annabelle Scott. 7, Riley McBride. 8, Anna McLaren. 9, Breeze van Veldhuizen. Great start there in lane 7. That is Riley McBride. Riley McBride leads them down the first 25 from lane 7.
Yeah, and Riley McBride from Whanganui, a great 50 swimmer, taking out a couple of golds in the 50 metre in this age group, the freestyle and the butterfly, so naturally going to lead this one out from the front, but it does look like lane 4, does look like Pippa Mihaka making a quick run here over the second 25 to put herself in a good position.
Amelia Duff doing well over there in lane 2 as well. All over the shop at the moment, but starting to come through in the middle is Pippa Mihaka. Just waited her time and away she goes. Pippa Mihaka and Amelia Duff. Still Riley McBride holding strong for third at the moment. And I think Riley McBride's pulling through for a silver here, and strongly Annabelle Scott's there too.
Fantastic lunge to the finish there in lane 7, propelling herself to a good time. Third place taken out by Amelia Duff. Some great outside swimming there from those further out lanes to claim some medals.
Next up, 16-year-old girls final 100 backstroke. Lane 0, Grace Hayden. Lane 1, Lucy Ellis. 2, Mia Stanley Hunt. 3, Hannah Abdo. 4, Isabel Gibson. 5, Savannah Eve Martin. 6, Danielle Asiata. 7, Zoe Pedersen. 8, Alina Wong. 9, Elizabeth Brennan. All the girls got some really good skills underwater. And Isabel Gibson, look at this rating down the first 25. Again, it's the theme tonight, Matt. These swimmers wanting to win these events are going out extremely fast.
Absolutely, I think maybe you even find that could just be part of it being, the final night, trying to force some energy, force some momentum into that race. You're probably feeling a little bit tired. One way to counteract that, is really just put some pressure on yourself to go out, and you've seen it there with the 29.8 over that first 50.
Isabel Gibson in a class of her own at the moment, 1.5 body lengths in front of Danielle Asiata in 6th. Asiata sitting in 2nd. Emerging into 3rd is Savannah Eve Martin. But no one's going to come close to Isabel Gibson here. This is the race of the night so far. She's blown them away. 1:02.16. That is World Juniors for Isabel Gibson. Overcome with emotion and thoroughly deserved world-class performance there from Isabel Gibson. Here with Isabel Gibson, overcome with emotion. World Junior Champ qualifying mark. Unbelievable, Isabel. Beautiful swim. If you can get any words out, tell us how you're feeling.
That was hard. I wish my coach was here to see, but I hope United's making him proud.
1:02 must be well under your best time ever.
Yeah, I think it was 0.2 PB, so pretty stoked. Wasn't expecting to get one.
Well, I know Swimming New Zealand absolutely stoked to have another member on your World Champ, Junior Champ qualifying team. Well done, Isabel.
Thank you.
Back to the racing, 17, 18-year-old girls now. 100-metre backstroke final. Lane 0, Kasha Stokes. Lane 1, Georgina Bell. Lane 2, Summer Osborne. 3, Tess Winneray. 4, Liv Peebles. 5, Anna McGowan. 6, Hope Chamil. 7, Molly Player. 8, Talita McEwen. 9, Amber George. Hopefully some inspiration from the final before here. And they come up pretty evenly across the lanes through the first 25. Can't even pick a leader at the moment. Maybe it is Liv Peebles in the early stages.
Yeah, it does look like Liv Peebles over that first 25 metres, just inching in front, but surrounded by some swimmers who've had some great stuff going on this week. Summer Osborne, obviously, out there in lane 2, having a great meet. Hope Chamil, the winner of the 200 backstroke, there in third.
And great underwater work there by lane 3, Tess Winneray. She's taken herself up into the lead. Liv Peebles and Tess Winneray, 25 metres to swim. Digging deep here for the win for the 17, 18-year-old girls. Liv Peebles, Tess Winneray. The teammates from Central City, 3 of them in the middle of the pool. Tess Winneray gets it by 0.06 of a second.
Then Liv Peebles and Anna McCowan rounding out that 1, 2, 3 there for Central City Aquatics. What a great swim for that team, that club.
Not often you get a 1, 2, 3 from the same club. Catch a word with Tess Winneray for her first title of the champs here this week. Individual title. Congratulations, Tess. First individual title this week, isn't it? You must be stoked.
Yeah, I'm so stoked, especially that was my last race at NAGS ever, so it just feels great, yeah.
What a way to finish. 1.5 seconds underneath your heat time this morning, and to finish with everyone on the podium from your club.
Yeah, it's amazing. Before the race, we said we wanted to go 1, 2, 3, and that's what we did, so I'm really excited.
What a way. That's awesome. Round of applause for Tess Winneray, ladies and gentlemen. Moving now to event 114, the girls' 100 backstroke multi-class. Lane 4, Brooke Anderson. Lane 5, Millie Long. Swimming in two impairment classes, S8 and S10. S8 for Brooke Anderson, physical impairment, and S10 physical impairment for Millie Long. And for those that don't understand how it works, physical impairments start at 1 through to 10, and the lower the number, the severe the physical impairment. And these para-athletes are, assessed and given a classification, and that can happen once, and sometimes it has to be revisited. And through the turn goes Millie Long, 52.94. And she did a time this morning of 1:52. And so she'd want to return. Yeah, she's on track, I think, here.
Absolutely. I just want to point out, obviously, the impressive part of a lot of these, the multi-class athletes this week, swimming in a lot of events, so must be wearing down on the body here. We've talked about it a lot with the other athletes. A lot of these multi-class swimmers pretty much in everything and anything they can be in here this week, usually about 2 races a night, 4 races a day. So really impressive to see just powering on through here and still putting down some best times and some PBs.
And 15 metres to swim for Millie Long here, and all we can hope is to go faster than they've been before. And first to the wall is Millie Long, 1:53, just outside of her time from this morning. And this is a good swim for Brooks Anderson as well. Well done to our multi-class girls, 100 backstroke. And the result will come, not necessarily who touched the wall first. Brooke Anderson wins it, and we'll have a catch-up with Brooke. Haven't chatted to Brooke, so look forward to chatting with Brooke shortly for her win. Congratulations, Brooke. Just on 2 minutes. First national title for you this week. Congratulations. Are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, definitely. I think a second over PB at this end of the meet is. I couldn't be happier, honestly. Yeah.
You've had a very busy week. How many events did you enter?
I think it was 4, but finals as well. Yeah.
Now, I always remember a character from your club, Jane Fox. You know Jane?
Yeah, I definitely know Jane.
Pass on my regards to her.
I will do. Thank you.
Well done on your title. The next event on the program, event 35, the boys 200 metres butterfly. Lane 3, Ari Narayan. 4, Andrew Feng. 5, Declan Broadfoot. 6, Sheldon Hogan. Andrew Feng in lane 4. He did a 2:22.62, 8 seconds clear of his fellow competitors this morning in the heats. And never easy doing the 200 butterfly once, let alone a heat and a final in a day. And I can't speak from experience actually here, Matt.
No, absolutely. It's been a long time since I did like my last 200 butterfly, but last day, I mean, a lot of these boys, really good butterflies. You're going to be relying a lot on that technique, to get you through. You can't really just muscle your way through a 200 butterfly. You're really relying on that kick early on, easing off on those shoulders. As these two boys are doing here, Declan and Andrew out there in front, right, really trying to drive those hips up nice and high every time those hands go forward, and just essentially trying to keep yourself as high in the water as you can.
And speaking of the commentators award for the hardest working swimmer this week, must go to Declan Broadfoot, surely.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, in the 100 backstroke, it almost seems like he's appeared in every single race in this age group. So very impressive, one, to have qualified in so many races, but to be here, to be mentioned, to be in all of these races and competitive as well. So a wildly diverse swimmer is Declan, and obviously very fit and does the 200 butterfly, so he must enjoy some form of swimming.
And coming into the real business end of the 200 metres butterfly now, down that third lap, that's when the arms are starting to fatigue a little bit. This is when they're really having to think about what they're going to do in this last lap. Really concentrate on that technique and keeping the hips up, driving forward from those kicks. And the body's screaming.
And really impressive to see Andrew Feng's kick out there off that turn, still keeping himself 6 to 7, 8 metres off that wall, showing really good control, really heavy on those legs. And you can see here probably relying a little bit more on those arms, those shoulders now. This is where it feels like all the weight is sitting in your hips, very hard to keep going, but he's looking very, very strong here.
And in he comes. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Feng wins comfortably the 13-year-old boys 200 metres butterfly, a very demanding event. He does just underneath his time from this morning. And Declan Broadfoot taking a couple of seconds off his heat time. And Ari Narayan, again, he's taken 4 seconds off. Well done.
And a late charge by Ari out there in lane 3, but not quite enough at the end, but sure he'll be happy with the third place.
Next up, 14-year-old boys, 200 butterfly. Lane 0, Alex Copperchon. 1, Jaden Dickerson. 2, Peter Van Biljon. 3, Neo Solomonson. 4, Orlando Hardy. 5, Kane Howard. 6, Lockie Oliver. 7, Bradley Searle. 8, John Park. 9, Hiringatahi Ramanui. And we'll try and get some expert comments from Lewis Clarebert over these 200 metres butterflies. So Lewis, I'm sure you're hanging around somewhere here. He'll be back in shortly. And out through the first 50, Orlando Hardy, no surprises there. He did a 2:17 this morning, Matt, which was 6 seconds clear of the swimmers either side of him. But we all know it can change. Without quite the depth in some of the age groups, some of these swimmers can enjoy a little bit of a more leisurely heat.
Yeah, but I mean, across the board, so impressive to see a full final here for the 200 butterfly. You are quite often one of those events that, you're often, it's the same 3 or 4 people swimming all the time. So really impressive to at least see a full race here. Orlando Hardy, the 50 butterfly, the 100 butterfly champion, extending it up here to the 200, out really fast. Obviously a very impressive stroke, keeping those hips nice and high, looking very relaxed, really diving forward into that stroke.
And some would say you can't do butterfly slowly, so you might as well give it everything.
Absolutely. You often hear people talk about trying to do relaxed butterfly or easy butterfly, and at the end of the day, I think it's one of those strokes that you have to have a rhythm more than you have to have ease. Being able to find a pace that suits you, a rhythm that suits you, is much easier than trying to go down there and glide through every stroke, because it's a very stop-start stroke. So the goal here is to have a rhythm, have those arms and those legs constantly moving. Otherwise, you're really going to pay for it in this last 25.
This is looking great from Orlando Hardy, and alongside him, Neo Solomonson. Not a big chap, old Neo, and he's doing very, very well here from Kiwi. But the winner will be Orlando Hardy. He wins it for the 14-year-old boys. A good time of 2:15.51. And look at this time from Neo Solomonson. 5 seconds quicker than this morning. And Kane Howard takes out the bronze. Next up is the 15-year-old boys 200 fly final. 0, Liam Jury. 1, Flynn Grace. 2, Hamish Inwood. 3, Jackson Close. 4, Daniel Crichton. 5, Eric Yuan. 6, Mason Wang. 7, Joel Wilson. 8, Tom Kenny. 9, Nathan Webber. Strong start here in 6. Mason Wang, 100 butterfly. He's going out fast. You got that real springy stroke from Daniel Crichton. Looks to just float on the water.
Yeah, and we saw Daniel Crichton take out the 400 IM the other night, a very, very fast time. Obviously not the opportunity to see how he closes out at 200 butterfly, but expect him to be up there. Some fantastic underwaters there in lane 6 by Mason Wang, 28-1 off that first length.
There's one event you don't win in the first 100, that's a 200 butterfly. It's all about the second 100. It's all about how you control. It's the work you've done. There's no hiding. Daniel Crichton and Mason Wang, 2 very, very talented butterflies heading down the first 100. Daniel Crichton takes the lead. superb technician of the butterfly, Daniel Crichton. And now into third, lane 5, Eric Guan. And lane 3 there, Jackson Close, neck and neck for the bronze medal position at the moment. Mason Wang, a bit of a margin opening up between Crichton and him now.
Yeah, and Crichton looking really strong here, really keeping those splits nice and even. I'm sure he'll be looking to pick up that rate coming out here. Mason Wang fading a little bit, but there really is a strong battle going on here for third and fourth.
What an amazing swim by Daniel Crichton. Doesn't even look like he's done 150 metres. Still got a huge amount of energy to bring it home in that final 25 metres. He's going to do an amazing time here. Round of applause for Daniel Crichton, ladies and gentlemen, 2:09.04. 2 seconds under what was already a pretty good time. And just to give you an idea, New Zealand age group record held by Daniel Loader at 2:05, so not far off there. Next up, 16-year-old boys final 200 butterfly. Lane 2, Luke Gibson. Lane 3, Alex Willis. 4, David Zhu. 5, Kinnan Broekhuizen. 6, Jack Love. 7, Braith Swanberg. To showing the confidence here, David Zhu going out quickly, did a 2:11 this morning. He's wanting to set himself up for a PB tonight by taking the first 100 out really solidly.
Yeah, and a really strong 50-100 butterflyer is David Zhu. A really high tempo here for that first 50. A little bit short on that wall, so you hope that maybe he's not rushing it a little bit too much. Still relax in this rhythm here, because as we were saying before, you can't hide away from pushing it out too hard in that last 25 metres.
Under the minute through the first 100. Gibson in second, Willis in third. And we'll be just watching that rating, see if the stroke changed, but at the moment, looking very strong, David Zhu.
Absolutely, slightly different to the race we just saw from Daniel Crichton, who looked nice and relaxed the whole way, and that last 30 metres really just upped that tempo beautifully, whereas David here, quite a high tempo for a 200 butterfly the whole way through, but seems to be holding it together, getting into that stroke very aggressively, and really picking it up here as he turns into this last length, trying to rely on those arms a little bit more than the kick.
Gutsy performance here from David Zhu, now starting to come down in lane 2. This is Luke Gibson. David Zhu just starting to fatigue a little bit over this final 15 metres. Digging in deep here, David Zhu. I think he's done enough to win this here. Good job for David Zoo, 2:08.70. Luke Gibson get in there at 2:11, which is, wow, 9 seconds under his entry time. Kinnan Broekhuizen gets the bronze. And some great fast times on the board there. Next up is the 17, 18-year-old boys, 200 fly final. Lane 0, Hugo Rothel. 1, Michael Lansdowne. 2, Jacob Lewis. 3, Joel Veron. 4, Hugo Batchelor. 5, Alex Dunkley. 6, Daniel Gilbert. 7, Sam Kenny. 8, Jordan Astley. 9, Ivan Liu. Some great performances by their younger swimmers before them, and hopefully that spurred them on. And Hugo Rothel going out real quick in 0. That's either a good thing or not a good thing.
I mean, we saw it work in the heat just before, going out fast, keeping that tempo nice and high. Hugo more of a 50-100 guy, Hugo Rothel in lane 0, more of a 50-100 guy, but obviously relying on that front end speed, adopting the approach of getting out in front and seeing how he can hold on. But Hugo Batchelor, just such a beautiful butterfly, nice and strong, really gets those hips nice and high after every stroke. Something you love to see here early in that 200 fly, is conserving as much energy as possible.
And I'm not sure, I think he likes to call the IM his main events, but I do wonder whether his future is in the 200 butterfly. He just went out so beautifully in that 400 individual medley the other night, and he's gone out in 58.5. Look at how high those hips are, Matt, just springing them up in the middle.
And he may think the 400 IM is his number one event, but the 200 fly, 400 IM definitely go hand in hand. Many swimmers over the time do those double. Aaron Lewis, Claire, but Michael Phelps great at both. Just a lot of good swimmers. If you can do a good 200 fly, you're usually saving a lot of energy early on in that 400 IM.
Into the final lap here for Hugo Batchelor.
This could be a very, very good time here for Hugo Batchelor.
Hugo Rothel still holding on for third at the moment. Second is Alex Dunkley. Alex Dunkley's having a good swim as well. He's got some serious endurance behind him. Dunkley only tackles the challenging events. And Hugo Batchelor just battling his way through the final 10 metres. 2:05.24. A 2:08 for Dunkley, which I think's a PB for him. That's a great swim. Third will go to Daniel Gilbert, a fast finish for him. And that concludes the boys' 200 butterfly finals. We'll have a chat to Hugo Batchelor. Hopefully he's caught his breath by then. Congratulations, Hugo, adding to your stack of titles this week. Saw a slight sort of shake of the head at the end. What's your reaction to that one?
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, it felt pretty good for the first 100, and then my stroke fell apart a wee bit. So, I mean, it just needs a bit more training, I guess.
In terms of that time, are you happy with where that landed?
It's a bit over my PB, so with how I've been feeling, not too bad. But I mean, I would have preferred a bit better, but that's life, you know.
Day 5, you've had a big week. I guess you've got to take the win, and lots to go back and work on in the pool.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just glad that soon I'll be able to get back in the water and give it some more training, which is good. Yeah.
What are you looking forward to now? What is the next step for you?
To be honest, I'm not too sure yet. I haven't given it a whole lot of thought. Just get back stuck into training and see where it goes.
Good on you. Congratulations, Hugo, on another title. 200 metres butterfly.
We know a country where the food is bountiful and the wine is beautiful. Where the skies are big because the horizons are wide, so the warm, gentle landscape stretches out forever. A country where the food offering spans from pick your own to picking it up from a roadside stall or a farmer's market, to taking your pick from restaurant menus that are as good as anywhere in the world. And so is the wine. This is a country that will refresh you and recharge you and just make you feel a whole lot better about things. This country is food and wine country, but you might know it as Hawke's Bay.
Welcome back. The next event on the program, event 36, the girls 200 butterfly. And in lane 4 is Paige Conley, 13-year-old girls. Well, Matt, this event's tough enough without having to swim it on your own here, but I guess looking at the positives, there's no wash coming from any other lanes.
Absolutely not. I was about to say, if there was a list of races that I would like to swim by myself, the 200 butterfly would not be very high up that list. So really impressive here by Paige. And it's got to be tough, as long as she's excited to swim that 200 fly, to get out there by herself. No one really there to chase, no one there to swim away from. Getting out there, just focusing on your own thing, and hopefully hearing the crowd there towards the end, bringing you home.
And we will get the crowd going for that final 25. See if we can get Paige Connolly through to a PB.
Early on, though, doing a great job keeping that head down towards the end of that stroke, really driving those hips up nice and high, as we've talked about earlier in those races. Again, one of those things, quite often it's nice, you can overlook a lot of things with your technique when you're chasing someone, but when you're out here like this, you might as well just take it as a training session. You don't have to worry about getting beat, you don't have to worry about swimming away from anyone, so it's all you out there and just thinking on every bit of technique that you need.
Well, the gold medal will await Paige Connolly here. She did a 1:15 through the first 100. That means that to beat her time, she'll have to go about a 1:31 in the second 100. And now just starting to really have to think about her technique here with the the energy she has remaining for this final 50.
And really important in the 200 fly. Really got to keep those arms nice and long throughout the whole race. Very easy to let those arms start drifting out past shoulder width, start shortening up that stroke. So it takes a lot of skill, a lot of strength to get those hands coming right up front. And Paige doing a fantastic job of that here as she slightly picks up that tempo as she passes 25 metres to go.
Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Paige Conley swimming on her own here in the 13-year-old girls. She will be able to hear you. Bring her home. She's going to smash this time from this morning. Look at this. 2:39, 8 seconds under her time from this morning. Well done. Next up, 14-year-old girls, 200 fly. Lane 1, Charlie Coleri. 2, Leah Yang. 3, Lola Nichols. 4, Milan Glintmeyer. 5, Blanche Foulon. 6, Madison Marlowe. 7, Marina Nadillo. 8, Kalia Norris. And for those people watching at home, those times on the screen at the moment are the reaction time off the block. Probably more important for some of the shorter swims, the sprints, the 50 metres, where every part second helps. And Milan Glintmeyer heading down the first 50, a body length clear of her fellow swimmers. 30.35, what do you make of that, Matt?
I mean, it's a very strong start, as we were talking about in the 100 backstroke with Milan. You know, a great ability across all of the strokes. Been in pretty much from the 50 up to the 200 and everything. So really, really strong. So 30.9 is a great start to a 200 butterfly. We'll see how she settles into these splits and what sort of speed she's going to be able to hold over the next 80 to 100 metres.
Just looking at her technique there, the arms go in, the hands almost pointing outwards. Is there a reason for that, Matt, or is it just how she's been taught, when she was younger?
I think at the end of the day, it's probably a little bit of what she's been taught, also what feels the most natural for her. I think a lot of things with swimming, you don't want to focus too much on what your hands are doing, because if you're trying to keep your hands tense, it's putting a lot of stress, a lot of pressure through those arms. So really, at the end of the day, as long as you're getting those hands in the water, ready to catch, I think you see those thumbs down, they're ready to make that first outward movement into that catch before pulling back. So she's just getting those hands in a good position nice and early on, instead of trying to tuck those hands or cup those hands too soon.
Still managing some great underwater work there, Milan Glintmeyer. The lungs will be burning now, as will the muscles in the final length of this 200 fly. But look at this margin. Milan Glintmeyer, second at the moment is Lola Nichols of Napier Aquahawks, our visitor from New Caledonia, sitting in the bronze medal position but coming through strongly. Milan Glintmeyer just battling away down this final 10 metres, as we've seen for most 200 butterflies. 2:24.02. Good job.
Blanche Foulon from New Caledonia, and for the visitors, silver, with Lola Nichols and Madison Marlowe rounding out the podium there for the Kiwis. Great closing speed from Blanche Frelon there in New Caledonia, 37.7 on that last 50, so really, really impressive back-end speed there.
The official result of the 14-year-old girls. Next up, the 15-year-old girls final, 200 butterfly. Lane 2, Trelise Choate. 3, Chloe Peters. 4, Sophie Barry. 5, Olivia Emmett. 6, Annabelle Grenfell. 7, Kate McLaren. Olivia Emmett, she's had a great champs, won a couple of titles. She's done very fast over the 100 metres freestyle, 100 metre distances. And all three of them together, the two teammates, Chloe Peters and Olivia Emmett, Sophie Barry from United in the centre. And I was just thinking before, Matt, must always be nice to come back in the 200 butterfly as to, you know, go out hard and not be able to sort of finish too well. And there must be a lot of swimmers that know that they've got that back end and almost enjoy that second 100.
Absolutely, I was really sure where you were going with that for a second there, but yeah, being able to, being a swimmer that can close out the 200 butterfly as opposed to a swimmer that just holds on, I think, it takes a lot of training, it takes a lot of skill, it takes a lot of fitness to be able to do that, and I think that's where those specialist 200 butterflies, a lot of those swimmers, they end up doing 400 IM because they have that relaxed opening 100, 125. I think more so than any of the other strokes across the 200, the butterfly really does rely on being able to be relaxed more over that 100.
I think the bottom line is no matter how good you are at the back end, you want to leave nothing out there. You want to give absolutely everything to the wall, so there's going to be a degree of seeing some fatigue at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, you're never going to swim any race without any form of fatigue. If you're doing that, you're clearly not trying hard enough. I think the 200 butterfly just seems to exponentially drain on you, and the moment
be quite visible.
And I think, the moment it goes bad, it can really, really go bad.
Lane 3 here, Chloe Peters is having a stunning swim here. She leads it, but this could be interesting. Here comes Olivia Emmett. Olivia Emmett, the teammate.
And as we're talking about closing out those races, the two Hamilton Aquatics teammates, slightly different last 50s here between the teammates, so slightly different trainings going on there.
The agonising last 10 metres. Olivia Emmett coming strongly. It's going to come down to the touch. And Olivia Emmett gets there, 2:25.98, just in front of Chloe Peters. Sophie Barry takes the bronze. Well done, girls.
And Olivia Emmett there, back under 40 seconds, fastest last 50 in the field. Really be able to close that race out nice and strong.
Great swim from her, Olivia Emmett. Another title. Moving now to the 16-year-old girls 200 butterfly final. Lane 1, Samantha Ward. 2, Catherine Sonnerson. 3, Amelia Bray. 4, Brooke Swan. 5, Danielle Asiata. 6, Hannah Campbell. 7, Hannah Piper. Brooke Swan down the first length in lane 4. Danielle Asiata alongside her. A busy program for them. Danielle Asiata has swum the 100 backstroke and believe maybe Brooke Swan has as well.
And yeah, coming into that last night, you know, a lot of people getting in there, swimming those last couple of races they've qualified for here at NAGS, those last shots at finals, last shots at double swims. So a smaller field here in the 16-year-old girls, so all these girls taking advantage of this chance to get out there, try something different, maybe get a fast swim.
One and a half seconds in it at the halfway mark. Brooke Swan leads the 16-year-old girls final. Danielle Asiata looks to be making a move in the third 50. Closing that gap now. Looks to be about under half a second now. And from Tawa, Hannah Campbell coming comfortably into the bronze medal position.
Brooke Swan still maintaining that lead over Danielle Asiata. Not much separating their splits there on that third length. And I think it looks like Brooke Swan really starting to pick up the momentum, pick up the stroke rate here, coming into this last 25.
Brooke Swan, what a response. She's seen that the gap closed. She needed to do something. A fantastic second to last 25 from Brooke Swan to open that up to a body length again. She's going to win this comfortably. Good job. 16-year-old national champion Brooke Swan. Danielle Asiata takes the bronze. Hannah Campbell holds on for the bronze and does a good job, 2:26. There's the result of the 16-year-old girls. Next up, 17-18 girls, 200 butterfly final. Lane 0, Kate Wheeler. 1, Zoe Wilkinson. 2, Amelia Feiner. 3, Samantha Wilson. 4, Neve Tasaka. 5, Grace Bake. 6, Maya Adams. 7, Kendall Oliver. 8, Charlie Toos. 9, Poppy Henderson. The last of the girls' finals, the oldest combined 17-18-year-old age group, the New Zealand champion from last week, Neve Tasaka in lane 4. The question will be, can the form continue, Matt? Will she be able to win this title tonight?
Well, I'm sure she'll be certainly hoping so. And as I said before the session, these girls in the lanes next to her will be, will have that in the mind. She's the national champion. They don't want to let her be the national age group champion, so I'm sure there's a bit of competition there, and then they can always go home and say they beat the Open champion.
Lewis Clareburt joins us in the commentary box, and You've done one of these last week, fresh. So tell us what will be going through the minds of these three swimmers at the front here, all of the girls in this field.
Yeah, look, 200 fly is an interesting one. You can go out fast, but you can't go out too fast because you'll feel it. You feel the back end, and Neve will have a bit of a target on her back after winning the national title last week, and looks like these two girls are really chasing after her.
Through the 100, 104.82, Neve Tasika leads. She's done plenty of these before. She knows how this feels. And she's got, who's she got? She got Samantha Wilson in lane 3, Grace Bacon 4.
And then, Scott, we've been talking about it a lot here tonight, Lewis. What is the key from a 200 butterfly? How do you swim butterfly fast but not too fast while still being able to carry on for another 100?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's a good balance between, swimming relaxed but also, lifting that stroke rate and making sure you're consistent throughout the whole race, doing those underwaters, doing everything right.
Neve Tasika coming down to the final 25. She's going to do the double if she can hold on here. Neve Tasika, New Zealand champion last week. 17, 18-year-old New Zealand champion this week. 17 years of age. Second's going to be interesting. Lane 5, Grace Bake versus Samantha Wilson in lane 3. And Grace Bake gets there just. We'll catch a word with Neve Tasika to get her reaction. And following that, we'll be having a quick break and getting into the first of our medal presentations. Have you caught your breath yet, Neve? Congratulations. Well done. You must be stoked. I think I was talking to Lewis Klebert. That was a bit quicker than last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, I dropped like a second, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, winning the national championship, winning your age groups here at NAGS, tops off a great 2 weeks for you, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Is this you for tonight? You got some relays up your sleeve?
No, I'm going up for burgers.
Oh, that's going to make them all very jealous right now.
Yes.
Well done, Neve Tasika. Another title for you. Congratulations.
We know a country where the food is bountiful and the wine is beautiful. Where the skies are big because the horizons are wide. So the warm, gentle landscape stretches out forever. A country where the food offering spans from pick your own to picking it up from a roadside stall or a farmer's market, to taking your pick from restaurant menus that are as good as anywhere in the world. And so is the wine. This is a country that will refresh you and recharge you, and just make you feel a whole lot better about things. This country is food and wine country, but you might know it as Hawke's Bay.
Apollo Projects is New Zealand's trusted specialist for the design and construction of sports, aquatics and education centres, and is proud to be the principal sponsor of Swimming New Zealand.
Welcome back. Some exciting racing so far this evening, and just getting prepared for the first of our medal ceremonies and waiting on the nod from our colleagues down the poolside. But Matt, got to be Isabel Gibson, the highlight so far tonight. 100 backstroke, 102.1, very emotional, and so she should have been. It was just such an amazing performance.
Absolutely, and it's always fantastic to see a race, really mean that much to someone. A lot of swimmers come in here knowing what they're trying to do. It almost seemed like it was a surprise and a shock to her, so fantastic swim from her. Fantastic to see that, how much it means.
Yeah, and there's the images there. And that continued, and looking forward to catching up with you later on just to hear a little bit more about that performance. I think we're ready to go. We'll start with the 100-metre backstroke for boys, 13 years. Third, Declan Broadfoot, Pirates, 105.76. Silver, Seb Seggers, 105.24. And winning, Donald Tian, 105.13 Coast. Medals presented by Commonwealth Games gold medalist Lewis Clareburt. 14-year-old boys, 100 backstroke. Third, Elwyn Bayo, North Shore, and Crisanda Serra, New Caledonia. 103.18 and 1 minute .91. Second, Ariel Mochirahondo, 1 minute 78 from Sumrotarua, and winning Max Cave from Aquablades, 1 minute .51. "15-year-old boys is up next. Third place, Hunter Lloyd, Raumati, 101.55. Silver, Harrison James, 1 minute .18 from Vikings. And winning, Jacob Story, 59.60, Mount Eden. "16-year-old boys, third place, Liam Rees, Alexandra, 59.84. Silver, Daniel Williams, Swim Zone Racing, 59.28. And winning, 57.76 from Coast, Jasper Cornish. "17-18, third, Joseph Coriati, 59.33 from Mirihiku. Silver, Hunter Dobson, North Shore, 57.82. Winning, Finn Harland, Capital, 56.17. "100 backstroke for boys, multi-class. Third, Bailey Conlon, Te Arawa, 123.92. Silver, James Hayden, 120.15. Winning the gold, Asher Smith-Franklin, 108.71. $100 backstroke for girls, 13 years. Bronze, Anahira McClutchan, TBSS Central City, 111.68. Silver, Kiri Yamagami, Hawak Pakaranga, 110.91. Winning gold, Arissa Liu from Phoenix, 107.58. $14 years, girls, 100 backstroke. Bronze, Olivia Wheeler, United, 107.24. Silver, Bridie Quayle, Wharanui, 105.30. And winning the gold, Milan Glintmeyer, 103.74, Kiwi West. $15-year-old girls. Bronze, Amelia Duff, United, 106.29. Silver, Riley McBride, Wharanui, 105.80. Gold, Pippa Mihaka, Hamilton Aquatics, 104.95. $16-year-old girls. Bronze, Savannah Eve Martin, Coast, 105.45. Silver, Danielle Asiata, 104.74. And winning in a World Junior Champs qualifying mark of 102.16, Isabel Gibson, United. $17-18 girls. Bronze, Anna McGowan, TBSS, 103.87. Silver, Liv Peebles, TBSS, Central City, 103.25. Gold, Tess Winneray, 103.19, TBSS, Central City. $100 backstroke for girls, multi-class. Silver, Millie Long, Selwyn, 153.67. Gold, Brooke Anderson, 2 minutes, 0.6 from Orca. Moving to the 200 butterfly for boys, 13 years. Bronze, Ari Narayan, Hamilton Aquatics, 229.91. Silver, Declan Broadfoot, Pirates, 228.36. And winning, Andrew Feng, North Shore, 221.23. $14-year-old boys. Bronze, Kane Howard, Swim Zone Racing, 222.59. Silver, Neo Solomonson, Kiwi, 218.58. Gold, Orlando Hardy, Hamilton, 215.51. 15-year-olds. Jackson Close gets the bronze, North Canterbury, 2:14.62. Silver, Mason Wang, United, 2:13.67. Gold, Daniel Kriegting, 2:09.04. Roskill. (16 years), bronze, Kinnan Breakhursen from Hamilton Aquatics, 2:13.96. Silver, Luke Gibson, United, 2:11.37. Gold, David Zhu, 2:08.70, Porirua City Aquatics. (17-18), bronze, Daniel Gilbert, Neptune. Daniel Gilbert, Neptune, 2:12.81. This is 17-18-year-old age group. Silver, Alex Dunkley, 2:08.04. Roskill. And winning the gold medal, Hugo Batchelor, 2:05.24 from United. Winning the 13-year-old girls 200 butterfly, Paige Conley from Whanganui, 2:39.36. (14-year-old girls, third, Madison Marlowe, Hamilton Aquatics, 2:36.27. Second, Lola Nichols and Blanchet Frulon. Gold, Milan Glintmeyer, Kiwi West, 2:24.02. (15-year-old girls, bronze, Sophie Barry, United, 2:31.23. Silver, Chloe Peters, Hamilton, 2:26.46. Winning the gold, Olivia Emmett, Hamilton Aquatics, 2:25.98. Medal ceremony sponsor, All Proof Industries. Medals being presented by Lewis Clareburt, double Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Next up, 16-year-old girls. Bronze, Hannah Campbell, Tawa, 2:26.49. Silver, Danielle Asiata, 2:23.93. And gold, Brooke Swan, 2:22.08. (17-18), 200 butterfly for girls. Bronze, Samantha Wilson, Tasman, 2:22.20. Silver, Grace Bake, United, 2:21.63. Winning, Neve Tasaka, Ngātai Tuatia Ataraika Swimming, 2:17.99. Congratulations to all our medalists halfway through the final session. Thank you to Lewis Clareburt. We'll be back after this break. We kick off the boys' 400 metre freestyle finals.
We know a country where the food is bountiful and the wine is beautiful. Where the skies are big because the horizons are wide, so the warm, gentle landscape stretches out forever. A country where the food offering spans from pick your own to picking it up from a roadside stall or a farmer's market, to taking your pick from restaurant menus that are as good as anywhere in the world. And so is the wine. This is a country that will refresh you and recharge you and just make you feel a whole lot better about things. This country is food and wine country, but you might know it as Hawke's Bay.
Welcome back. The next event on this finals program is event 37, the boys 400 metres freestyle. And first final up, the 13-year-old boys. We'll introduce you to them now. Lane 2, Oban Williams. 3, Sheldon Hogan. 4, Soren Wells. 5, Leo English. 6, Aidan Taylor. Soren Wells taking off pretty quickly down that first lap. He's got some confidence from the great performances he's had this week. Madam, you're swimming in the same club here. What do you think what's happened here with Soren? Is he growing? Is he putting in a huge amount of work? What's going on?
I mean, probably a little bit of everything. Knowing Soren, he's very committed to training. I remember the first time I kind of talked to him, I was chatting to him about training. I was like, do you like meets? Do you like this? He goes, I love training. I love that part of the swimming. I think he's still learning how to be at swim meets, how to race fast and do all that kind of stuff, which at 13 is totally fair, but he really enjoys training, really enjoys pushing himself. And as I said, earlier in the week, it seems like every time you do something fast in training, every time times are getting taken, it's like he's dropping best times, dropping PBs. I'm pretty sure in the last 6 months, I saw him go under 1 minute for the first time, and now I'm seeing him go 56 long course. So it's pretty crazy. So I think it's one of those things that happens quite often with 13, 14-year-old boys, and he's got the right attitude. He's listens into everything. He takes everything on board technically, and I think he's just gaining a lot of confidence as well.
Well, 32.97, you can see he's a good margin ahead down these 50s and pulling away as we come through to coming up to the 200 metre mark halfway through this 400 metres freestyle.
Absolutely, and a time this morning of 4:22.44. The Canterbury record for him is a 4:21, but he was a 2:02 in the 200 freestyle. So, going out at 2:06, you're already saving yourself so much time. So it's going to be really important to see he likes to keep that stroke rate the same the whole way, even for that 1500, gets those arms nice and far in front of him, seeing if he can hold those 33 mids, 33.6, you'd ideally maybe looking for a 33.4, 33.5, keeping it in those 106, 107 range.
You're seeing there's a number of different ways and habits people have with the breathing, and it's changed a lot. Changes from sprints to middle distance to long distance, doesn't it? But for the most part, I'm seeing more breathing going on outside of the 50-metre sprints, and that's coming down to just getting more oxygen into the system to feed the muscles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people tend to aim for the breathing every two. Some people often favour a side. People like Lewis sitting next to me tends to breathe both sides, just changing it by length. I think that's really good for the rhythm of the stroke, the rotation of the shoulders, keeping the stroke nice and balanced. I remember when I was younger, some distance swimmers used to breathe every three, then every two, just for a bit of balance in the stroke, but also to be able to have a look across the pool every time. So.
Yeah, that's right. It's you do say swim your own race, but it is handy to know where your competitors are if you do need to lift the game or take it to another level. And let's look back at second and third at the moment. Second is Leo English from Rotorua, and battling away in lanes 2 and 3, Oban Williams and Sheldon Hogan. And Oban Williams is going well. He had a time 6 seconds slower than Sheldon Hogan, but he's right neck and neck with him at the moment. And into the final lap here for Soren Wells, a 4:22 this morning. He's been holding 34 seconds for the last few 50s.
Yeah, really going to have to come home a little bit quicker here if he wants to crack around that 4:20 mark, holding those 34s. So I'd love to see him drop down to a 31:32 here on this closing 50, but I think it's going to be about the same time as this morning.
4:21, just underneath Matt. So that's a good swim.
Hard to tell if he looks happy sometimes. Definitely quick on taking those big deep breaths. Looks a bit shocked, looks a bit happy, but we'll see if he can give us a thumbs up. How does he feel?
And a great swim from Oban Williams to get the bronze. Comes back in a 33.93. There's the result of the 13-year-old boys. Next up, the final of the 14-year-old boys. In lane 0, Kagan Boonen. 1, Christopher Calabote. 2, Bradley Sill. 3, Charlie Shivnan. 4, Ariel Machirahondo. 5, Nemanja Markovic. 6, William McFarlane. 7, Josiah Joyce. 8, Daniel Lowe. 9, Alex Coppichon. That beautiful long stroke of Ariel Machirahondo cruising down the first 25 alongside him. Nemanja Markovic from Roskilde. They often find themselves in the middle of the pool, these two. About keeping it long. We talked about the butterfly, Matt, but it's keeping it long in this freestyle, getting that easy speed through that first 100. Keeping yourself in a position, certainly it's a bit of a tactical race, this one. You don't want to get out of the, too far back.
No, absolutely not. And I think the 400 kind of gets lost a little bit sometimes into the distance events category. I think it's definitely easier to fall into that middle distance. You don't want to be coming out here in that first 100 with that nice long lopey kind of stroke that you often see in that 800 and the 1500. You want to keep a good rhythm. You want those arms to always, but you don't want to have too much of a pause at the top of your stroke. I think, the way the race is going, it's starting to turn out, you're really starting to have to be a really, really fast 200 going out there, but it's almost like swimming a 200, you're just not sprinting home, and then you're holding that pace over that next 100 metres and then holding that sprint off for a little bit longer. But, we're spending this last race talking about Soren Wells from Whanganui, a great up-and-coming young swimmer. We've got another fantastic one here, another fantastic talent here in Ariel Machirahondo from Swim Rotorua. The 400s, the 200s seem to be his area, developing into a great middle-distance swimmer across all of the strokes.
Great asset there in Rotorua as well with their refurbished outdoor 50-metre pool. Got the indoor 25, great facilities.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty easy to speak to how significant having easy access to a 50-metre pool to train in is going to help, young swimmers develop. And the more time you can spend in those 50-metre pools, hopefully it's going to start showing as Ariel, hits that 15, 16, 17-year-old age group.
And this margin has increased quite a bit. The split through the 200, 205.31. Just the length of stroke here amazes me here with Ariel.
Absolutely, using his long arms, long levers to his advantage, pretty much for this whole first 300, had a really consistent kick behind him as well. You'll quite often find, like I said, falling into that distance mindset, you maybe relax up a little bit on the kick, but keeping that nice and consistent and not over kicking, but just trying to have that rhythm where maybe it's 2 or 3 kicks per stroke as he builds into this last 100. That'll step up to that 4-5, that 6-beat kick as he comes home, and hopefully that's sort of what he's gauging his stroke rate with.
Ariel Machirahondo, a 4.16 this morning. I'm sure we're going to see a lot quicker than that. Let's check out the last split at the last turn, a 32.95. Let's bring him home. A third of a length ahead. And adding to his absolute haul of titles this week. I think we must be up to 5 or 6 now. And he's coming just about the same as he did this morning. Great job. Nemanja Makovic gets the silver, William McFarlane the bronze. Pretty close between those two, just 0.2 of a second. Next up, the 15-year-old boys 400 freestyle final. Lane 2, Alfie Weatherston Harvey. 2, Ethan Stocks. 4, Hunter Lloyd. 5, Hamish Giddens. 6, Fraser Walker. 7, Jackson Close. 8, no one really emerging down this first 50 a little bit. I think it'll be Hunter Lloyd goes through pretty close.
Yeah, fairly close times in the program here between Hunter Lloyd and Hamish Giddens there in lane 4 and 5. So interesting to see the two different race strategies here early on. Hunter Lloyd definitely taking it to the field. You know, like we said before, honestly a really nice stroke, not spending too much time with those hands up in front of him, but fully maximising that stroke, getting those arms really far forward, and a really nice kick here through this first 100.
He's got a nice glide on at the front there, just holds it just a little bit. But you would expect perhaps we're going to see a faster second 100 from Hamish Giddens. Maybe start to just increase that intensity. Giddens just starting to come up alongside second and third at the moment. Hunter Lloyd turns for home, trying to win the 15-year-old title here, 400 metres freestyle. He's a good body length and a half clear, and the race is on for second and third at the moment. They're completely in a line, and as expected, Hamish Giddens starting to come through.
Absolutely, clearly sticking to his race plan. Didn't let that early speed in the race get to him, but you know he's going to have to start slowly clawing this back here, length by length. We'll have a look at what these splits are looking like as they roll through the 200. Yeah, Hamish Giddens and Hunter Lloyd, the only two there under 33 seconds. So Giddens really starting to pounce here. I assume he'll make up a little bit more ground here over this third 100.
Hunter Lloyd looking comfortable up the top here. Lane 6, this is Fraser Walker from United trying to hold on to the feet of Hamish Giddens.
And I think the key here for Hunter Lloyd is to not get too comfortable with where he's at. It definitely looks like Hamish Giddens has got him on the stroke rate here. Hunter Lloyd, really important that he doesn't get too settled. Really wants to start looking at, you know, introducing a little bit more kick, starting to up that tempo here. Hamish Giddens is almost like he almost turned it on about 110 metres and hasn't stopped, and he's just sort of in rhythm, and he's really clawing back this race right now.
Well, I'm sure Hunter Lloyd's going to see that movement from Giddens, and he's going to have to do something to respond in this final 100. You get the sense that Hamish Giddens,
he can sniff it.
He can sniff it. He's sniffing it here.
He can almost smell blood in the water. He knows maybe that Hunter Lloyd's pushed it out a little bit too hard over the 100. That momentum's building for Giddens as they come into this turn. It looks like he's pulled almost up right next to him, so it's going to be a fantastic sprint here to the finish. Hunter Lloyd will get a look at him. He's been breathing the other way this length, and we'll see how he responds.
He's going to pour everything into it now, and I think he's just pulled that lead back a bit now. He's half a body length. Giddens on the hip here of Hunter Lloyd. Giddens coming very strongly in the final 15 metres. Hunter Lloyd putting it all in. I think he's done enough that he's going to get there, but it's going to be close. What a great, exciting swim. 4:13, just 0.4 of a second in it. Some great sportsmanship straight away there. And these guys often competing in races across the champs.
And you can't ask for much more than a race like that over a 400 metres to keep it exciting.
Next up, the 16-year-old boys 400 metre freestyle final. Lane 3, Daniel Calabo. 4, Jack Potier. 5, Kevin Zhang. 6, Charles Heathcote. Kevin Zhang's had a very busy program and takes off quickly. Obviously took it pretty easy this morning with his 4:15. Jack Potier is known for his solid distance swimming, and he's doing his best to try and hang on to this blistering early speed from Kevin Zhang.
And Kevin Zhang, we saw him, a 51 in the 100, a 152 in the 200, so you know he's got that opening speed. We also saw him win the 400 IM, so we assume that he's got enough to hold on here. So it's going to be really interesting to see what sort of 400 freestyle shape he's in. As the race develops, we'll keep an eye on those splits.
I think the other thing is how hard he wants to push himself, and to see what sort of pressure Jack Potier can put him under.
Absolutely, out in a very relaxed looking 56.2 right there. I believe Zach Reed, who won the 400 at Opens last week, only took the race out in around a mid to low 55, so pretty good opening speed there for Kevin Zhang. But where is that fitness, where is that headspace at for this whole 400? Is he going to be too far out by himself? What's going to go on?
I guess coach will be watching on. They would have set a bit of a plan, and he'll be following that plan. It's all about the future for him, isn't it? He's only 16, and he'll be looking well beyond the 16-year-old age group here.
Absolutely, at 16, the jumps you can make from 16 to 17 years of age, so who knows where we could be in 12 months' time talking about Kevin, but it looks like he's settling into maybe these 31 second 50s here. As Jack Potier in lane 4 starts to claw him back, pull up on those on that early lead.
And you can see that last 50, he's swimming faster than Kevin Zhang now. The 31.9 and the 31.7.
It's going to have to be a big couple of 50s by Jack Potier here, though, to make up this ground. Slips back a little bit over those 32s. Kevin Zhang settling very comfortably, looking very comfortable in that high 31 range. At this rate, looking potentially in around that 405, 406 mark, depending how fast he comes back.
32, perhaps a 103, 104 for the final. Might be landing more like 407, 408 here, but let's see what Kevin Zhang decides to do over this final 100.
I'd imagine we'd see almost a 30 or a 29 on this last 50. We know he's got the speed. He's been looking very relaxed, very in control this whole race. But yeah, Jack, as you can see, Jack Potier over there, the stroke rate's picking up. That kick's coming up behind him. Definitely going to have some closing speed in lane 4. 32.1 by Kevin Zhang. You expect to see, here we go, those stroke, a lot more rotation, a lot more kick, really throwing that left arm over the water, forcing that rotation in the body to keep those hips up nice and high and power him home.
And coming down the final 25, Kevin Zhang to win another title, 16-year-old boys, 400 metre freestyle. And cruises into a 407.08. Jack Potier will take silver, 410.81. He had a 414 this morning. I think he'll be happy with that. And Daniel Calabo finishes 415, down 4 seconds from his heat as well. So great to see some fast times this evening. All of them going underneath their heat time. Well done. There's the result. Next up, the 17-18-year-old boys 400 freestyle final. Lane 1, Hugo Batchelor. 2, Ethan Buchanan. 3, Angus Blair. 4, Lan Hamlin O. 5, Alex Dunkley. 6, Alex Cicciani. 7, Chris Jang. 8, Jordan Astley. Lan Hamlin O in lane 4, 4:12.86 this morning, surely holding back for tonight's final. And he goes out strongly down the first length, 27.44, half a second in front.
Well, you'd certainly hope he was holding back. I'm pretty sure in the 800 and the 1500 he went out in about a 4:08. So certainly looking to be much faster than that 4:12 that he was going this morning.
Angus Blair in lane 3. Hugo Batchelor in lane 1. Remember, he's just come off a very tough 200 metres butterfly. Probably has had 45 minutes in the warm-down pool. And so that might be, and Alex Dunkley.
Absolutely, and that warm-down pool is a little bit warmer than this race pool, so might even be doubling as a little bit of a hot tub situation for some of these swimmers on here on the last night.
Lan Hamlin O meaning business tonight. Let's check out these splits, Matt. 30.83.
Yeah, looking really nice and comfortable. We probably won't want to let him slip up too much higher than that 30.8. If he can get those back down to that 30.5, 30.3 sort of range, definitely looking here, you know, as I said, was rolling. He went through the 300 and the 1500 about 3:03. So he'll want to keep this as close to that minute barrier as he can.
Angus Blair in 3. Hugo Batchelor, he's looking good in 1. Lan Hamlin O now a good 10 metres in front. Hugo Batchelor's dropped back to 3rd.
Hugo Batchelor doing fantastic to battle through this 400. Got himself a nice gap back to 4th, so looking for him to get another medal here tonight. But doing a fantastic job doubling up from that 200 butterfly.
Holding these 31 lows. He's been consistent, Lan, in the splits, and now just starting to bring it home. Look at this pace in the final 50. like a 50-metre freestyle.
Fantastic effort to get that stroke rate up, keeping those elbows nice and high, not surrendering too much of that catch.
4:02.10. Would have been too much for me to say that maybe that run should have came a little bit earlier. I think there was more in the tank there from Lan.
Potentially, and as the race, the medal, the podium, apologies, is rounded out by Angus Blair and Hugo Batchelor for another medal here tonight.
We'll catch a word with Lan. Lan, congratulations. Caps off a really fantastic couple of weeks for you, yeah?
Yeah, I was really happy with that. Especially to be pretty much bang on my PB tonight after a long week. Definitely really happy.
28.9 down that last lap. That looked like a 50 freestyle rather than the end of a 400. Could be too early to say. I'm sure you'll talk with the coaching team, but do you think you could have started that run a little bit earlier, or was that absolutely everything ahead?
Yeah, I feel like I probably could have added my legs in a bit earlier, but yeah, just learning.
Mate, I don't want to take away the glory from you. It was a great win. Well done. Next up, 115 event 400 freestyle for boys multi-class. Lane 3, James Hayden. Lane 4, Asher Smith-Franklin. 5, Bailey Conlon. 6, Dominic Hogard. Now in the program here, Asher and Bailey have quite similar times, 4:42. New Zealand record 4:43.33. So these might be converted times. The record broken, Asher must have done a meet in January this year to get that record.
And looking nice and relaxed through that first 100. A PB obviously in the 100 of 58.3, so maybe a bit relaxed there going out in that first 100. Been the end of a long couple of weeks for Asher Smith-Franklin, so I'm sure right now he's just trying to go through some of the motions, to practice something else and see what kind of time he can put down.
Yeah, pacing. This is one of the longer events we've seen Asher in. Normally it's just flat out from start to finish. He's really having to sort of follow a bit of a plan. keep that pacing in terms of that technique. There's a little bit of that catch-up going on, but that nice glide at the front.
Yeah, really nice glide, but also doing a fantastic job of catching that water out front, nice high elbows, getting those hands down nice and early and rolling through that stroke. So I think, granted it's not a distance that he swims very often, you can tell why he's the national record holder. The technique there is really, really strong and saving a lot of energy in those legs early on in the race.
2:19 through the 200, 36:07. Holding around about though 1:12 at this pace through the hundreds. So we're kind of on track here, I think, for that 4:43. That'd be a great way to finish for Asher. I think the swim for Asher was that 100 freestyle, that 58 low after he did the 59.9 to break his own record in the morning.
Absolutely, I believe that 59.9 was the first time under the minute, so they didn't go under the minute and drop it straight back down to a 58.3 only that night. I won't say he was holding it in, but it clearly shows sometimes the mental side of swimming and how much of a barrier like the 1 minute mark, like the 2 minute mark in a 200 often has on swimmers. It's sort of like the old no one was ever going to run under a 4 minute mile. No, you get so fixated on this time that you miss it a couple of times, and then once you do it, suddenly it's in your rear view mirror.
Now 3:30, he's holding 35.5. I'm sure he'll come home faster. I reckon we've got about a 4:40, 4:41 here, which would be, if we can keep up this pace and come home a bit quicker with the crowd.
Yeah, he's really stepped it up nicely here over the last 250s. He slipped back to 36s sort of in that second 100, but has picked it up really nicely. That 107 obviously right part of the race plan early on, keeping it nice and relaxed, but I'm sure he'll trust his speed and his fitness to get him home here. 4:05, so again, dropping that time again, I think he's definitely going to be in and around that 3:40 mark, if not underneath 4:40.
Bailey Conlon going well. He's improved on his splits there. 40.03, sitting in second at the moment. Lost the cap. And James Hayden on the other side. Let's make some noise for the final 25 for Asher Smith-Franklin. This could be a New Zealand record, ladies and gentlemen. He's done so many over the last 2 weeks. And it is easy. 4:39.21. He's gone 4 seconds under the New Zealand record he held at 4:43.33 from earlier this year. And Asher's name's going to be all over this record book across multiple distances, multiple strokes. And great job.
And Bailey Conlon here coming in, losing that cap somewhere in the middle of that race. Always a little bit frustrating when it comes off in a longer race. You've got a little bit more time to think about it, feel how it goes, but
James Hayden coming in. Well done, boys, in the multi-class 400 freestyle. Good on you, Asher. What a way to finish a New Zealand record. Were you aiming for that tonight? Did you think you'd get there?
Yeah, been working on pretty good pace for this race, so worked out well.
It looked good. Your pacing was very, very consistent, 35s most time, and Matt and I could see you were going to get there a mile off, so well done. Is there anyone in your swimming that that you look up to? Any top swimmers or anyone that you admire?
I used to train in Australia, so that'd be Liam Schukler. Me and him used to train together, so he inspires me to go harder.
And do you still keep in touch with him?
No, I haven't been keeping in touch, but I did catch up to him in Australia when I saw him.
Well done on a fantastic 2 weeks, Asher. It's been great. All the best. Next up is the 400 freestyle for girls multi-class, and in lane 4, it is Riley Sayer. Well, Riley Sayer, she was accustomed to swimming on her own last week at the Apollo Projects New Zealand Swim Champs. She's had some swimmers alongside her this week, which is great, but she's back on her own here for the 400 metres freestyle. 5:53, and New Zealand record held by Jane Fox, 5:39.87. Heap of kick going on here.
So obviously part of the race plan to not let yourself slip into too much of a relaxed mindset, really getting in nice and early, setting up that kick.
(1:18.67), holding a 41 there, and we should see that split settle about 42-43 perhaps. Breathing every stroke. There comes that kick in again.
The local statistician has just popped into my ear. Riley Sayer this morning breaking the 16 and under national record for this event. So that time in the program of 5:53.54 is currently the national record for her age group. So she'll be looking to go here a little bit faster tonight, and get 2 in 1 day. So I'm sure, as has been routine with us here this week, if there's someone in the pool by themselves, get that crowd nice and loud over that last 25 to 30 metres to bring them home, because you often don't think it, but swimmers can definitely hear you in there. You can feel the energy of the crowd, and it certainly means a lot when you're out here swimming a 400 freestyle by yourself.
She's got such a great attitude, Riley, and I love that comment. You know, her coach is always happy no matter what the result is, as long as she's given it her best, and she always does. And she takes the positives, you know. The other night I went faster than the heats. It wasn't her best, but it was faster than the heats.
Absolutely. I think swimming's one of those things. There's so many things that can happen, can go wrong, so many things out of your control that can happen in a meet and in training, and being able to look at something and take the positives out of it is a good thing, and looking at the things that went wrong and going, either could I control that, could I not control that, and if I can, what can I do better next time? You know, there's no point, you know, maybe you go out there and your togs rip or something like that. Once it's happened, you can't change that. So it's very important to have that mindset early on, really have that going forward, and knowing if something goes wrong, it's out of my control. I can't go back in time and fix it. All I have to do is what can I control next time to maybe lessen the chance of this happening again, to protect myself from these situations.
Well, that comment, catching up with Hugo Batchelor after that turn of butterfly, and the reason he was shaking his head, he obviously didn't quite get a PB, but he was frustrated with himself on how fatigued he was in that final 10 metres, I think, and immediate thing he's thinking about is how much more work he's going to do in the pool to not feel that way next time, you know?
Absolutely, and as a swimmer, it's very easy to say all these kinds of things sitting here with a microphone in my hand, trying to remain positive about all those things. The moment you've just swum, 2.5 minutes of butterfly or 4 minutes of a 400 freestyle, usually the first couple of thoughts through your head aren't logic. It's get oxygen and react to that time. So it definitely takes a lot of training in yourself, and sometimes takes an hour, 2 hours to be able to step back and go, okay, so I think a lot of swimmers here, a lot of coaches will be getting their swimmers to maybe take a break after tonight, take 2 or 3 days off, then go back and look at their times, look at their races, how did they do, what did they think of them, and look back on it, removed from the emotion of a swim meet, from the energy of the swim meet, and really be honest with themselves and see what they can improve.
Riley Sayer with about 75 metres to swim. She's got some good support on the pool side. And turns for home 5 minutes, 0.89. Swimming a 44.
And looking at those splits, I think it's a very high chance she is going to smash her time here from this morning. If she can hold this together, going to be at least in those mid 540s and almost 10 seconds faster than she was here this morning. So let's get up and bring her home, folks.
Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Riley Sayer as she comes in to finish in a age group New Zealand record, not far off the New Zealand Open record for S14. 5:42. Oh, she's happy with that. Good on you, Riley. Where did 11 seconds come from? Well, I can already see from the smile on your face, Riley, you're pretty happy with that. You should be. Tell us how you're feeling.
Oh my God, that was like the most hardest race I've ever done this week, to be honest. I'm so exhausted.
I bet you are. It's been a long week, but do you know you went 11 seconds faster than you went this morning, and you've got your 16 and under New Zealand record. Did you know that?
No. Yeah, that's like so good because Graham said to me, like, you need to go under 5:30, but I'm getting an inch closer to that, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm getting closer to that now, so got to be proud of that.
Jane Fox's record is 5:39, so you're only 3 seconds outside of that. So well done, congratulations. Welcome back now from the 400 to the 50 metres. It's the boys' 50 metre breaststroke event 38, starting with the 13-year-olds. Lane 0, Zayden Hollins. 1, Brian Jong. 2, Leo English. 3, Danny Sun. 4, Nathan Nye. 5, Jethro Yoon. 6, Andrew Feng. 7, Declan Broadfoot. 8, Frederick Mills. 9, Harry Edwards. Nathan Nye, the visitor from Australia, in 4. Good start in 5, Jethro Yoon. Jethro Yoon leads them down the first 25 for the 13-year-old boys. He's well out in front of the rest of the Kiwis at the moment. The battle is on with him and the Aussie, Nathan Nye. Jethro Yoon coming strongly. Danny Sun now in 3. Danny Sun with a late charge. But it's going to be Jethro Yoon to the wall for the Kiwi win. Nathan Nye wins it outright for the visitors. Danny Sun second. Third for the Kiwis will go to lane 8, Frederick Mills. Good swim for him.
Yeah, great swim all around. A lot happened in that 50, to be fair. Really even race through that first 30 metres, but Nathan Nye from Australia really pulling away there. Jethro Yoon holding on. I thought maybe Danny Sun might have almost perfectly timed his run there over the last 10 metres.
Moving now to the 14-year-old boys. Lane 0, Alisana Lafoga. Lane 1, John Park. 2, Elwyn Bayo. 3, Rylan Wheeler. 4, Cameron Karpik. 5, Orlando Hardy. 6, Eric Wong. 7, Bertel Feng. 8, Nemanja Makovic. 9, Jason Eld. Out in front is Cameron Karpik. He's a class act in the breaststroke. Karpik gets away very nicely. Half a body length lead at the moment. Going well in lane 2. That is Elwyn Bayo from North Shore. Elwyn Bayo sits in second. Rylan Wheeler starting to come through, maybe threatening for a silver, but Cameron Karpik's got it all his own way to win. 30.38 underneath his heat time this morning. And that is a New Zealand age group record. New Zealand age group record for Cameron Karpik. He's taken it off Josh Gilbert.
Yeah, fantastic swim there. Right in that low 30 mark, so great swim. Been a class act all week, has Karpik, in these breaststroke races, so great to close it out with a fantastic swim right there.
We haven't seen too many of those this week, so great to see one there. Moving on to the 15-year-old boys. 50 breaststroke. Lane 0, Owen Jin. Lane 1, Riley Herbins. 2, Bosco Ding. 3, Finley English. 4, Jacob Story. 5, Joseph Shin. 6, Mahuta Gemmell. 7, Lucas Percival. 8, Johan Savri. 9, Emil Fisher. Jacob Story had almost a second advantage over the rest of the field through the heats, and he emerges, but going quickly, Bosco Ding is right up there. Jacob Story, Joseph Shin starting to wind up now in lane 5. Jacob Story, multiple titles for him this week. The form continues here. He will win it for the 15-year-old boys convincingly. 30.69.
Yeah, rounding out a great meet there for Joshua Story. Couple of medals in the other breaststroke races. So yeah, fantastic 50.
Checking out the result for the 15-year-old boys now. 30.69. That was a 0.3 I should say, 0.3 improvement from this morning. Just waiting on that result. Next up, 16-year-old boys, lane 0, Jasper Cornish. Lane 1, Alex Willis. 2, Kevin Zhang. 8, Blake Faleapa. 4, Benson Lee. 5, Leo Arrowsmith. 6, Joe Reha. 7, Caleb Ludlow. 8, Oliver Morton. 9, William Sun. Benson Lee, the only swimmer to go under 30 this morning, and Benson Lee's away very quickly for North Shore. Lane 0, Jasper Cornish is right there too. Jasper Cornish, lane 0. Benson Lee, lane 4, starting to come through. Kevin Zhang's right there as well. Zhang, Leo Arrowsmith winding up, but it'll be Benson Lee, 29.18. He seems happy with that one. Furious pace there for the 16-year-old boys.
Absolutely, a great swim and great closeout there for Kevin Zhang, sneaking in under that 30-second mark, 29.99 for second place. He certainly looked happy with that. But all on Benson Lee there, fantastic swim, really great stroke, staying nice and low to the water, getting that stroke rate up.
Next up, the 17, 18-year-old boys, 50 breaststroke final. Lane 0, Emlyn Claydon. 1, Max Gardner. 2, Riley McGurr. 3, Jackson Kennard. 4, Hara Hughes. 5, Caleb Carlisle. 6, Sean O'Connor Close. 7, Hunter Butler. 8, Hunter Dobson. 9, Liam Devery. Oh, great start there by lane 3, Jackson Kennard. He's taking it to Hara Hughes down the first 25. Hara Hughes starting to poke through at the front now. Caleb Carlisle's there in the light blue cap. Hara Hughes pushing it hard in the final 10 metres. It's going to come down to the touch. Caleb Carlisle there. He wins it, Caleb Carlisle, by 0.1. That final 5 metres and timed the touch. The butterfly has won the 50 breaststroke.
And not even quite the last 5 metres. If we look at that replay again, it's almost going to look like it's the last stroke. Gets that perfect timing, nice long stretch. Gets those hands on the wall first. If we look at it right here, gets that one more stroke in from the tee. Fantastic reach, fantastic extension just to get there in time.
You're right, Matt, it was the last stroke. It's never over. Now, by the look on your face, Caleb, that was a bit of a surprise. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to pull that one out there.
We were analysing the last 2 metres, and I think it was literally the last stroke that you did that got you in the position to get the hands to the wall first.
Yeah, I actually felt it at the flags. I thought, oh, it's going to be a mean finish. Perfectly onto it. Super happy about that.
Well, that's just a textbook finish in the breaststroke. Well done tonight.
Thank you. Yeah.
Apollo Projects is New Zealand's trusted specialist for the design and construction of sports, aquatics and education centres, and is proud to be the principal sponsor of Swimming New Zealand.
Welcome back. A bit of a surprise win there for Caleb Carlisle. And now we move to event 39, the girls 50 metres breaststroke. And kicking off is the 13-year-old girls. Lane 1, Hannah Sampson. 2, Francesca Vile. 3, Grace Wills. 4, Anahira McCutcheon. 5, Lily McGrath. 6, Alyssa Lawson. 7, Elise Lamb. 8, Olivia McLean. Anahira McCutcheon was 2 seconds or 1.5 seconds in front through the heats, and she's showing that in the finals now down the first 25. Great rating here as she comes into the final stages. Interesting for second at the moment, it might be Alyssa Lawson in lane 6, but she's having it all her own way here. What a win for Anahira McCutcheon. One to watch for the future for sure. She comes in 34.60. She's gone underneath her heat time, Matt. That's a solid final swim.
Fantastic, Eva. A big schedule for Anahira here this week, so just come in here, keep improving into that final. Great to see.
Moving to the 14-year-old girls 50 breaststroke final. Lane 0, Kaya Henare. 1, Ashley Bars. 2, Paige Franklin. 3, Kiara Hearns. 4, Bridie Quayle. 5, Alex McIntosh. 6, Lisa Shee. 7, Nicola Lovell. 8, Heidi Winter. 9, Ella Hanley. Bridie Quayle Wharanui, Matt, she's had a great week, 35.43 here.
Absolutely, I mean, it's hard to overlook the week she's had. Plenty of gold medals, handful of gold medals, couple of silvers in there, but been really powering through the opening half of her races, so this 50 is definitely benefiting her. It's a very strong back breaststroker.
And a Bridie Quayle coming through into the final stages, a half body length clear of Alex McIntosh. Tawa's Kiara Hearns is looking to get in for the bronze. A 34.04, that's almost 1.5 second improvement. That's a great swim.
Yeah, huge swim there from Bridie, taking it out, continuing just the fantastic swimming we've seen here all week, and she looks absolutely stoked with it. What a way to wrap out the week.
Next up, 15-year-old girls, 50 breaststroke final. Lane 0, Jessica Cochran. 1, Millie Sampson. 2, Ava Neems. 3, Kate Hurley. 4, Monique Wierzowski. 5, Jasmine Lyles. 6, Maisie Penman. 7, Anya Maritz. 8, Anika Moleta. 9, Amorita Na. Well, that doesn't happen often. New Zealand record holder Monique Wierzowski in lane 4, 31.1 this morning. Let's see how fast she can go tonight. I'm not sure there's anyone that can challenge her in this age final. Monique Wierzowski. Let's get a new Zealand record, ladies and gentlemen. 30.87 is what we need to do. Keep it going, keep it going. A New Zealand record for Monique Wierzowski. 30.67. Well done. She's been building up to that one all week. Second goes to Jasmine Lyles. Third to Kate Hurley.
Yeah, and she mentioned to us earlier this week, Scott, she was hoping to go a little bit faster here, and fantastic to see. And I think it's safe to say she's pretty stoked with how that swim went.
Monique Wierzowski, New Zealand record holder already, but now you've lowered it again. What a great swim.
Yeah, super amazed. Definitely wanted to get it down, but didn't think I was going to get down that far.
Have you been building up to this moment all week? Is this the one you were looking for?
Yeah, definitely. It's my favourite one, so definitely wanted to get the time down.
Now, talk us through what's coming up. You've got a big year ahead. What happens over the next few weeks? Do you have a bit of time off? Do you get straight back into it?
I have a bit of time off just to refresh the mind after 2 weeks of just racing. So, and then just back to training.
Now, I've been watching you in the hostel over there, and you've got a great support team over there cooking you some nice meals. In fact, I had one of them by mistake. That must have contributed, being in a good environment all week.
Yeah, it definitely helped having the team support me and always just being there for me.
Congratulations, Monique. Stunning swim. Well done. Next up, the 16-year-old girls 50 breaststroke final. Lane 1, Jada Hancock. Lane 2, Maya Kettle. 3, Louise Eccleston. 4, Alicia Lamb. 5, Alexandra Campion. 6, Sophia Molnar. 7, Ellie Maynell. 8, Alina Wong. Away cleanly this time, the 16-year-old girls. Alicia Lamb and Alexandra Campion in the yellow lanes in the middle of the pool. Very close though. Let's see who emerges through the final 20 metres. It looks to be Alicia Lamb. Just starting to come ahead now, driving forward strongly. And now, well out in front. Alicia Lamb, fantastic second 25 to win the 16-year-old girls. 34.24. And Matt, that was a great second half, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Really difficult to power away from a field in a 50. So really showing her strength and her speed there over that last 25.
Moving now to the 17-18 50 breaststroke final for the girls. Lane 1, Hannah King. 2, Trelise Dance. 3, Rebecca Wilkins. 4, Lanahay Connolly. 5, Melissa Cowan. 6, Hope Chamil. 7, Abby Davidson. 8, Izzy Parmenta. Lanahay Connolly, the visitor, leading down the way, but Melissa Cowan starting to power through now. Melissa Cowan showing some real speed, driving forward with those arms. The head goes down. She's going to be hard to catch from here. Melissa Cowan is going to win the 17, 18-year-old girls. And a good lunge to the finish, 32-36. That's a good race. And Rebecca Wilkins gets second for the Kiwis, Trelise Dance, bronze. Lanahay Connolly, the visitor, silver.
And a great way for Melissa Cowan to round out the breaststroke triple crown here for the week in her final national age groups.
Well done, Melissa. You've won all three, and that was a solid performance. How are you feeling about that one?
Pretty happy, but shout out Monique, because holy, that was an amazing swim. That's insane.
It was indeed. Just going back at your one, Lanahay got away quickly, but you quickly changed gears, and from about the 15-metre mark, you took the lead and never looked back.
I don't know, I couldn't see what was going on.
Oh, you'll look at it later. But that's what happened anyway. Melissa, well done. I'll let you go and join and congratulate Monique.
Thank you.
Moving now to, from the shortest to the longest, it is event 40. The 1500 metre freestyle third time final for the girls. Lane 0, Alyssa Tapper. Lane 1, Lena Hamlin-O. 2, Olivia Sweetman. 3, Talita McEwen. 4, Kira Allett. 5, Brooke Bennett. 6, Sophie Hay. 7, Olivia Emmett. 8, Amelia Finer. 9, Mei Ying Reynolds. the swan song for Kira Ellett, her final individual event for her nags, and there's probably a number of swimmers tonight who have done their final swim at a national age groups, and something to celebrate coming through all of the different age groups over the years, and an important part of the development of swimmers as they come out the end, and it's either the start of their next stage of their career or they move on to other things. And but it's been a whole lot of fun for them all week, I'm sure. And Talita McEwen taking them out, all turning in around 103, nothing in it really through the first 100. 30 lengths of this pool.
And as we settle in on here for this 1500, sitting here with Commonwealth Games dual gold medalist Lewis Kleber, you've been Lewis, you've been sitting here on the DJ decks on the laptop picking some music. What sort of vibe have you been trying to pick here for the event tonight? Oh yeah, take my mic.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to use the other mic. I sort of was just trying to pick for the crowd, you know. Music is a pretty big part of, I think, sport and performance and just building the vibes. So I assume, you know, we've got a bit of a younger crowd. So I did ask on my Instagram for a few recommendations. I got a few from the coaches, but not too many from the athletes. So I decided to just go on TikTok top songs and picked a few there. But if you've got any recommendations, I'd love you to come down to the announcers area and recommend me some songs.
There you go, folks. If you want your song played, head on down here. We might even put your mixtape in. Now, Lewis, we've obviously talked. You don't swim. It's been a long time since you swum a 1500, but it hasn't been very long since you've been at a swim meet. Obviously, NAGs 5 day long. When you're at World Champs, the Olympics, kind of pushing that 8-9 day schedule. I believe Paris is looking at maybe a 9-day program. You're one of the coaches here this week. What's the type of thing you're telling a swimmer about conserving energy, getting up for a big race, an important race on day 5, you know, day 6 at those kind of events?
Yeah, for me, you know, it's a short, but it's a really tough week, and they're long days, and that's what I remember from NAGs, you know, waking up at 6 and then going to bed at sort of midnight after having, you know, 3 or 4 races plus a couple of relays every day. So it is busy, and I think the best thing to do is just treat every day as a new day. Start again. If you had a bad day yesterday, you know, get back up and give it another nudge, and just forget about what happened, and yeah, make sure that you're going to put your best foot forward coming every event, because ultimately when you get to the level of going overseas or making international teams, it is a bit more cruisy. You get maybe a few days off. You might only do 1 or 2 events, especially at, say, the Olympic Games. So you have a lot of time to think. So just take advantage of this moment where you're busy and you're always racing, because maybe by the time you get to the Olympics, you only get sort of one chance to put your best foot forward.
Brooke Bennett starting out strongly here. Kira Ellett cruising along in lane 4. Sophie Hay is sitting out there. She's a 16-year-old from Hamilton Aquatics. Talita McEwen, 17 now, swimming for Mount Maunganui. Lane 7, Olivia Emmett. So the 2 Hamilton Aquatics girls side by side, 6 and 7. Amelia Feiner, Neptune in 8. Mei Ying Reynolds from Hauk Pakaranga. Lena Hamblin-O from Coast. in 1 and Alyssa Tapper 0 St Peters. She's just 15 years of age, as is Olivia Emmett, who Olivia Emmett has won everything from the sprints right to the longer distances.
Absolutely. Well, obviously one of the athletes to chase in that age group, showing great range.
That 200 fly she did earlier was stunning.
Again, I said one of the races I'd never want to swim is the 200 fly long course. I'm not sure how much money I'd have to take to double up the 200 fly and the 1500 in the same night. So absolutely fantastic, absolutely brave by her to be out there, but just clearly showing the kind of fitness, the kind of training she's been doing to have the confidence to come in here and swim like this. And a really good race developing here in the middle of the pool as we roll through the first 600 metres. It looks like it will be Brooke Bennett of Vikings. Perhaps, no, it is Kira Allett just getting her feet on the wall there on that turn. Interesting enough, Kira Allett kind of making the difference here on those turns, making the most of those small differences. Brooke Bennett really kind of claiming back those centimetres every single length. But also super interesting to note the two styles of freestyle happening here. Brooke Bennett definitely more upper body base, not really using the legs at all, keeping a high stroke rate, just using that stroke rate to pull her through the water, whereas Kira Allett a much smoother, a much longer stroke, relying on that catch, relying on that pull, probably doing a lot more work underwater to keep and maintain that pace.
Yeah, Kira Allett very much in control at the moment, just keeping Brooke Bennett in sight. But hey, Brooke Bennett might be just getting herself in the right position to build on her race here and really take it to Kira Allett in the latter stage of this 1500 metres. And sitting in third at the moment, Sophie Hay. Fourth is Talita McEwen. Fifth, Olivia Sweetman. Just swimming side by side at the moment. And it looks like Sophie Hay's making a bit of ground up on the leaders. And look at those splits, 34.72, 34.90, nothing in it. And Sophie Hay doing exactly the same. So she's holding the same pace. And Kira Ellett just getting a little bit off the wall each time. A 10:15.99 for both. Look at that, exactly the same time through the 900 metre mark. 600 to go, well over halfway. Just how close these two swimmers are, Matt, is incredible. They went through the last 100 in exactly the same time, just 2/100ths of a second separating now. Is this by design?
Well, you'd hope it's not by design. I'm sure every coach out there, especially in a 1500, has told you try not to look at the other swimmers because you never know what someone else is doing in the race, and it's very easy to get fixated on, you know, maybe the swimmer in the lane next to you and whether or not that's part of your race plan. So I think what we're seeing is the girls have got a similar race plan or a similar race strategy, and, you know, Brooke Bennett at 16 being up there challenging, you know, the premier 17, 18-year-old distance swimmer in the country, looking really, really good for her. And I'm sure as the race develops, the looking at each other will become more of the race plan. But for now, I'm sure they're both just happy doing their own thing, focusing on how their stroke feels and what their splits are doing.
Impressive swim here from Sophie Hay as well. She has not dropped back any further, further. And except for the advantage the leaders got early on, she's right there, well in the bronze medal position. And the swimmers behind us just starting to get ready for the champions relay. And limbering up, a few swings of the arms, like it's going to make a difference.
Well, I'm sure many of the swimmers who have been competing this week won't have many issues with completing one more 50 here at the end for a fun relay, but I think there's a few members of the Swimming New Zealand staff that may, I don't want to say struggle down that pool, but I think it's going to be a push to finish the 50, to say the least.
And I know a few, there might be a few dads in there as well, a few ex-swimmers. Old Stu Penman over there, looks like he's winding things up over there as well. Former top-level national breaststroker.
Interesting, we couldn't convince the coast coaches to jump in here. I'm sure they love a bit of competition and a bit of a sprint, but...
Unfortunately, Stu, I forgot the togs today, so I'm going to just have to call you through that one.
And as we're moving into the closing part of this race, it looks like Brooke Bennett is just slowly starting to inch away, ever so slowly. It looks a little bit further on that camera angle than it does when they swim past us, but a little bit more every time on those splits. As I say it, of course, it changes, but you know, you can see it slowly making a difference every single length.
Well, at some point, someone's going to have to make a move, and this is going to be the interesting part of this event. Here come the Swimming New Zealand out of the control room.
I'm not 100% sure that's the body you want to see in a racing suit, but we all got to witness that.
Good on them for getting involved.
But I was about to say before we jump there, I think your money here would be on Brooke Bennett potentially to close out this race. Obviously being really relaxed on those legs for most of the race. In her 400, in her 800, has a fantastic kick as she closes out the race. Really relies on those legs heavily over the last 50 metres and remains very in control the whole way. So I think she's setting herself up really nicely for a good swim here.
She is. 200 metres to swim at the end of this lap. She's looking real strong. Dale Johnson, head of participation for Swimming New Zealand, jumping in for a quick warm-up. And Brooke Bennett starting to take it to Kira Ellett here. Can she respond? The 16-year-old versus the 18-year-old.
And obviously, Kira Allett, a lot of experience swimming these distances. You'd think you wouldn't want to let Brooke Bennett get too far ahead of you here going into these last 3 lengths. She maybe wants to make that move here with 150 to go. You know, really easy to leave it to the last 50 metres, trying not to upset your rhythm, but sometimes you got to fight over that thought in your head, fight over, you know, you're probably starting to feel the heat in your face, feel that burn in the back of your shoulders here, but really get into it. As we see Brooke Bennett really, I think, stepped up the stroke rate here, so she's definitely on board for that last 150 tempo kick.
Look, I think Brooke's got a real chance here. She's looking strong. I'm wondering whether Kira's going to be able to claw this back over 100 metres, but let's see what happens. They come, they get the bell, the girls' 1500 metre freestyle. Brooke Bennett leads from Vikings in lane 5. Kira Allett, lane 4. And Sophie Hay, third, gets the bell.
We'll have a look at these splits. I know Brooke Bennett is a great closer. If she can come back in a 105 here, she's had the chance at the World Junior Champs qualifying time, but maybe a little bit out of reach. It's probably going to take, you know, a 32 and a 31 closing out this race, but she's really, really picked it up here, and she can really motor once that kick comes in.
Well, I tell you what, we've got a New Zealand age group record that might be able to be achieved here tonight, 17:03, and let's see how we go. Brooke Bennett leading this 1500. Kira Allett starting to put the foot down.
This race could go down to the wire. Brooke Bennett really kicking up. I think keep an eye on that 17:06.28 for the World Junior qualifying time.
Oh, what a finish here, Matt. Kira Allett is coming strongly. She's going to win it, Kira Allett. She does 17:06. What a win for Kira Allett. Saved it to the last minute. Left everything out there. You could see how much both of these girls have put into it. What a swim for Brooke Bennett. 17:07. Just outside that New Zealand age group record. Awesome swimming. And here comes Sophie Hay. I mean, Olivia Emmett. Sophie Hay's come in. Olivia Emmett comes in 4th. 3rd, Talita McEwen. 5th is Olivia Sweetman. And Kira Allett absolutely shattered.
Absolutely looks like that last 50 took it all out of it. A 31.00 closing there, nearly 1.5 seconds faster than Brooke Bennett. Fantastic effort, and for a great time there as well.
Mei Ying Reynolds coming in. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our girls' 3rd time final, 1500 metres freestyle. Congratulations. Great finish there, you can see it on the screen. Don't we love those 1500 metres? We'll have a quick chat to Kira Allett. Congratulations, Kira. What a way to finish your nags, eh?
Oh, so happy that's over.
I was looking at you with 100 metres to go. I thought, I'm not sure you're going to get there here. Brooke was on fire. She was really starting to get a little bit each length that last 200. But where did that come from?
I was just determined to beat Brooke. Brooke's always been a massive competitor for the 15, so it was really good to get that last 1500 with her. It was a good push. Honestly, just a bit of an adrenaline rush. Just wanted to get the race over with as soon as possible.
17:06 was your time in the program. That's your PB?
Yeah, that's my PB. I haven't swum that since probably Opens last year, so I was just absolutely stoked to be on PB after coming out of a little bit of a slump recently. I'm just really happy to be back on pace.
Congratulations on you in, Kira. Nice work. And we'll turn the camera over to here, to this stuff going on back here. Have a look back here. They're ready to go. They're pretty excited. So we'll go to Kiss Cam. Okay, let's bring out time final number 1. Lane 0, Iron Men. Daniel Calabote, Chris Calabote, Braith Swamberg and Charlie Shivnan. Lane 1, Vikings, Marcos, Harrison James, Tyson Lynch, Callum Lockhart, Luke Manderson. Lane 2, Ramhul Turton, Titans, Hunter Lloyd, Ava Wilson, Ariella Riley, Noah Island Spicer / Alexander Cecchioni. Lane 3, the Baseman, Blake, Freddie, Kurt and Stu. Lane 4, the Freelings, Orlando Hardy, Troy Blevins, Osbert Gu, Jason Els. Lane 5, Liam Curling, Alex Sanford, Donald Tian, Kaylin Brackbush. Lane 6, Han Bayo, Ariana Roberts, Mia McDonald, Zoe Wilkinson, Kate Wheeler. Lane 7, Bunda Puppies, Marlon Bennett, Lono Kalani, Max Skian, Joel Ferrin. Lane 8, Struggle Street, Hannah Bates, Emma Smith, Sammy Winwood, Mia Adams. Lane 9, the Sea Cucumbers, Ollie Morton, Jack Love, Nicola Lovell, Finn McNabb. Now you better choose who's going down the other end. Lane 4, the Freelings, wearing the women's costumes on the way down. Some of our dads in Lane 3, the Baseman, he's going all right. This is Blake. Leading the charge at the moment is lane 6. This is the Hanabaobao team. No, lane 7, that was Marlon Bennett, the Bunda puppies. Coming through in lane 4, this is Troy Blevins. For the dads, it's Freddie. The dads are going well. A lot of pressure here. Here comes Kurt. Away we go. The batsman. The dads could win this, I reckon. Nothing like the top 2 inches. And Stu Penman, no pressure, Stu. Here he goes, Stu Penman, former swim mate of mine, and coming through fast in lane 1, this is Luke Manderson. Luke Manderson, Stu Penman, and lane 7, this is Joel Veron. Third for the batsman, 20 years senior. Great job to all of our teams. And just remember those times, because this is a time final, remember. And a nice staple into the water there for lane number 7. Overexcited there in lane 1. And let's have a look at the result. Not sure if we're going to have a result come up, are we? Here it comes. Let's check out the time. Someone write them down so we can remember. There's the replay. Lane 7, that was Bunda Puppies. And lane 1, they won it, Vikings Marcos. Results are coming. We'll keep a note. We'll write those down. Here they come. I think they're coming. We need to know what they are so we can see whether the teams in the next time final will beat them. While we do that, we will introduce to you the next timed final teams. Lane 0, Club 38. Joseph Cottiardi, James Crosby, Mason Wang, William Seymour. Lane 1, Birthday Boy. Birthday Boy, Olivia Wheeler, Jasmine Lyles, Eva Allen, Jack Potier. Lane 2, Rota Kiwi, Riley McGurr, Milan Glintmayer, Ariel Machirahondo, Namihi Simpson. Lane 3, Who's in Paris? Ollie Litton, Finn Harland, Jasper Cornish, Hunter Dobson. Lane 4, Olympic hopefuls, Dale Johnson, Matt Hutchins, Lewis Ryan, Lewis Clearbert, Swimming New Zealand. Lane 5, Shivank, Summer Osborne, Melissa Cowan, Nicholas Cowan, Raphael Sovzar. Lane 6, Elliot's girlfriends, Zoe Pedersen, Lena Hamlin-O, Charlie Twos, Lily Humphreys. Lane 7, The Muppets, Nathaniel Hunt, Kevin Zhang, Ryan Peck, Jacob Story. Lane 8, The Clowns, Isaac Gear, Blake Faliafa, Harry Clowens, Nemanja Markovic. Lane 9, United Boys, Hugo Batchelor, Jackson Kennard, Leo Arrowsmith, Chris Jang. Dale Johnson doing the old Cameron Gray warm-up there. Batchelor with the big belly flop. He's got no goggles on, the hair's all over the face. And going down fast in lane 8, this is Isaac Gere. You've got Dale Johnson in lane 4 for Swimming New Zealand, head of participation in events. 2016, my co-commentator, Matt Hutchins in the red cap. Coming strongly in lane 3. This is Finn Harlan, lane 0. This is James Crosby. Lewis Ryan lining up. Oh, another beautiful, beautiful bomb slash belly flop, and leading the way, lane 3 at the moment. This is Hunter Dobson. Hunter Dobson coming through. Lane 8. This is Nemanja Makovic. And a win fast coming down lane 0. Lane 0, this is William Seymour. And Lewis Clareburt coming down in lane 4. Overly excited lane 3. The Who's in Paris team. Oh! They'll have to be part of the Manu. Yes. Well, well done to all the teams. Good on some of the retired athletes for donning the togs and getting in without a warm-up. Congratulations. I'm not sure who's won that, but someone did. Congratulations. Yeah, that was a very, very good belly flop. Great job in the Finding Nemo caps. It was Who's in Paris who won the time final number 2. And we'll see if we can find a winner, and we'll have a bit of an interview with our winner, but someone needs to tell me who won. Now, as we do that, please put your hands together and thank our technical officials, ladies and gentlemen, for a wonderful week, helping out and being a massive part of these championships. Thank you, technical officials. Oh, so there was only one winner, and we'll get the team over here. Everyone else was disqualified. So, Swimming New Zealand team, come on over, we'll have a quick chat. Definitely don't think that was rigged. So here with my co-commentator Matt Hutchins, must have been nice to bring the team home for the win tonight.
Well, I mean, Lewis brought us home a fantastic time, just casually dropping a sub 23, but definitely could have done with much more of a warm-up. So I think for next time, I'll probably leave commentary a little bit earlier, jump in the pool.
Lewis, did you get some photos on the way down?
No, but I think it was Dale's clutch dive at the start that got us across the line for the win today.
Splashing your away, Dale, it looked like a good first 50.
It was a good splash, and then we were just trying from the wrist.
And Lewis coming home sub 23, pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's first sub 23 with sort of a couple hundred metres warm up. But yeah, the team did well. We've got one Lewis, and we've got, what's better than one Lewis? We got two Lewises, so that's obviously why we took the win.
Everyone else got DQ'd. Of course, you'll check out on the coverage some awesome belly flops, awesome manus that were done along the way. Thanks to everyone that took part in that relay and for coming up with the idea. Swimming New Zealand, well done. There is the official result there. Who's in Paris won it, but we're not going to talk to you. Club 38, the Clowns, the Muppets. So well done to all our teams. The United boys, after all of those belly flops, 204. Now, just checking where we are on the program. We'll be back after this break, and we'll get in some medals. So if you're coming, come on down to the medal ceremony. We'll be back after the break for those watching at home.
We know a country where the food is bountiful and the wine is beautiful. Where the skies are big because the horizons are wide. So the warm, gentle landscape stretches out forever. A country where the food offering spans from pick your own to picking it up from a roadside stall or a farmer's market, to taking your pick from restaurant menus that are as good as anywhere in the world. And so is the wine. This is a country that will refresh you and recharge you and just make you feel a whole lot better about things. This country is food and wine country, but you might know it as Hawke's Bay.
Apollo Projects is New Zealand's trusted specialist for the design and construction of sports, aquatics and education centres, and is proud to be the principal sponsor of Swimming New Zealand.
Welcome back to, as we start to close up, the Apollo Project's New Zealand Age Group Swimming Championships. We've got a medal ceremony to go. And my picks of tonight, I guess, some fantastic, probably the night of the champs, really. Isabel Gibson in that 100 backstroke, 102.16, the World Junior Champs qualifying mark. Stunning performance. Asher Smith-Franklin, 400-metre freestyle New Zealand record, S14 by 4 seconds. Riley Sayer gets the 16 and under 400 freestyle S14 record. Cameron Karpick collects the 50 breaststroke New Zealand age group record. And the swim of the night, Monique Wierzowski, the Open New Zealand record, 50-metre breaststroke, 30.67. Some great performances and probably inspired other swimmers for best times as well. We're going to get underway now with the medal ceremony for the 400 freestyle for boys. And we start third place, Oban Williams, Fairfield, 4:36.63. Silver, Leo English, swim Rotorua, 4:33.91. And Soren Wells wins Wharanui Swim Club, 4:21.03. Medals presented by Alistair Johnson, development athlete and coach manager at Swimming New Zealand. Next up, the 14-year-old boys. Third, William McFarlane, Neptune, 4:24.87. Silver, Nemanja Markovic, Roskell, 4:24.68. And winning, Ariel Machirahondo, Swim Rotorua, 4:16.83. "15 years, 400 freestyle for boys, Fraser Walker, bronze, United, 4:19.36. Silver, Hamish Giddens, Jazzy, 4:13.75. And winning, Hunter Lloyd, 4:13.2, Romati. "16-year-old boys, 400 freestyle. Third, Daniel Calibo, Aquablades, 4:15.85. Silver, Jack Potier, Coast, 4:10.81. Gold, Kevin Zhang, 4:07.08, Roskell. (17.18). Bronze, Hugo Batchelor, 4:12.43, United. Silver, Angus Blair, 4:10.2 from Comet. And winning the gold, Lan Hamlin O, 4:02.10 from Coast. (400 free for boys, multi-class. Bronze, James Hayden, 5:27.22. Silver, Bailey Conlon, Te Arawa, 5:07.99. Gold, Asher Smith-Franklin, North Shore, and a new New Zealand record for S14, 4:39.21. (400 freestyle for girls, multi-class. The winner, Riley Sayer, in a new 16 and under, or under 16, S14 New Zealand record time, 5:42.53. 50-metre breaststroke for boys, 13 years. Third, Frederick Mills, Porirua, 34.86. Second, Danny Sun, United, 33.43. And winning, Jethro Yoon and Nathan Nye. Nathan Nye, our visitor. Fourteen-year-old boys, third, Ryland Wheeler, North Canterbury, 31.55. Silver, Alwyn Bayo, 31.29, North Shore. And winning in a New Zealand age group record time of 30.38, Cameron Karpik, United. (15 years). Third, Finley English, Swim Rotorua, 31.60. Second, Joseph Shin, Phoenix, 31.43. And winning, Jacob Story, Mount Eden, 30.69. (16-year-old boys), third, Leo Arrowsmith, United, 30.09. Kevin Zhang, silver, Roskill, 29.99. Gold, Benson Lee, 29.18, North Shore. (17-18), third, Jackson Kennard, United, 29.96. Silver is Hara Hughes, Tawa, 29.55. Winning the gold, Caleb Carlisle, Greendale, 29.40. (50 breaststroke for girls, 13 years is up next. Third, Alyssa Lawson, St Peters, 35.81. Silver, oh, we've still got the medals to come, hang on. Silver is Grace Wills, TBSS Central City, 35.69. And winning gold, Anahira McCutcheon, TBSS Central City, 34.60. (14 years), third, bronze, Kiara Hearns, Tawa, 35.70. Second is Alex McIntosh, Mount Wellington, 35.32, and winning, Bridie Quayle, Wharanui, 34.04. (15 years), third, Kate Hurley, Pirates, 34.67. Second, Jasmine Lyles, 33.71. And winning in a New Zealand record time of 30.67 from Aquablades, Monique Wierzowski. (16-year-old girls), third, Alexandra Campion, United, 35.53. Second, Maya Kettle, Tasman, 35.51. Winning, Alicia Lamb, 34.24, TBSS Central City. (17.18). Third, Trelise Dance, United, 34.57. Second, Lanahay Connolly and Rebecca Wilkins. And winning, Melissa Cowan, 32.36, North Shore. Now to the 1500 metre freestyle for 13-year-old girls. Silver, Sophia Multi-Spence from Papamoa, 20 minutes 43.55. And winning gold, Paige Conley, Wanganui, 18.50.80. (14 years), silver, Ariella Riley, Hamilton Aquatics, 18.36.31. And winning, Ava Wilson, 17.54.82 from Carterton Swim Club. (15 years), bronze, Alyssa Tapper, St Peters, 18.13.87. Silver, Nina DaCosta, 17.58.83. Winning, Olivia Emmett, 17.41.23 from Hamilton Aquatics. (16 years), bronze, Elizabeth Brennan, Coast, 18.22.13. Silver, Sophie Hay, 17.20.70. And winning gold, Brooke Bennett, 17.07.21. (17.18). Third, Olivia Sweetman, 17.44.92. Silver, Talita McEwen, 17.42.86. And winning, Kira Allett, 17.06.9. We now move to some presentations, starting with some Swimming New Zealand trophies. We start with the Hansel's Trophy, awarded to the athlete who breaks the New Zealand age group record by the greatest percentage margin. The winner here is Asher Smith-Franklin from North Shore in the 100 metres freestyle, dropping under 60 seconds for the first time. Presented by Alistair from Swimming New Zealand, Alistair Johnston, Development Athlete and Coach Manager. The next trophy is the Life Members Trophy, awarded to the most outstanding individual performance. The winner is Monique Wierzowski from Aquablades New Plymouth in the 50 metre breaststroke, breaking the New Zealand Open record. And great to see these historic trophies from Swimming New Zealand coming back out to be put on mantelpieces around the country. Auckland wins both the Freiburg Shield and the War Memorial Shields as the top region at this event, and combined with the 2023 Apollo Projects New Zealand Swimming Championships last week. Well done to Auckland. Now to the top club. Counting down from top 5. 5th, Phoenix Aquatics, 939. 5th equal, TBSS Central City Swimming on the same points. 4th, Hamilton Aquatics, 1,064. 3rd, North Shore Swimming Club, 1,242. 2nd, Coast Swimming Club, 1,398. The winner, United Swimming Club, 2,258 points. Well done to United Swimming Club. And I think they're going to come down to accept that award on top of the podium. And a big team effort here, a good size team down here from United, the biggest of the teams and well performing. What have they got on their phones there? And they've got someone there remembering. Or Igor Polanski. That's cool. That's nice. Top club, United Swimming Club. Well done, United. And well done to the coaching team as well. Jamie. We move now to the team announcements. Tonight we want to congratulate the swimmers who have achieved the individual time standard for the September World Junior Championships to be held in Netanya, Israel. The criteria was incredibly high this year, and the swimmers who have achieved these times are a credit to themselves, their coaches, clubs and families. The swimmers who have achieved the times are Finn Harland, Capital Swim Club, 100 metres backstroke. Monique Wierzowski, Aquablades New Plymouth, 100 metres breaststroke. Melissa Cowan, North Shore Swimming, 100 and 200 metres breaststroke. Milan Glintmeyer, Kiwi West Aquatics, 100 metres backstroke. Zoe Pedersen, Coast Swim Club, 50 metres freestyle. Summer Osborne, North Shore Swimming, 200 metres freestyle. Isabel Gibson, United Swim Club, 100 metres backstroke. Congratulations to all of those swimmers. Well, Matt, it's been a pleasure commentating the finals with you over the week. I hope you've recovered from that 50.
I don't think you can ever truly recover from swimming a 50 metres freestyle, but I'll try my best to get a big meal into me. But thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to be here. Always exciting to see what the future of New Zealand swimming holds at an event like this, so very excited for the future.
Well, thank you very much to Swimming New Zealand, the team that put this event together, to the coaches, to the supporters, to the parents that get them all down here. It's been a pleasure. My name's Scott Rice. Look forward to seeing you at the next event, the New Zealand Secondary School Swim Champs taking place in Wellington later in the year. Good night.
Thank you.